Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome back
Good
to
afternoon.
Good afternoon po.
our day 5 p.m. session. Uh, this afternoon, we will be having research presentations from or research presenters for leadership and management. So, our panelist for this afternoon is Dr. Julmar Asilo. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. So,
Hello.
for this afternoon, I would like to remind everyone that since not all was able to, or not all prefers to have a recorded video presentation. So we have, but there are a few who prefer to do it live. I'd like to remind you to please observe the time limit of 10 minutes. So if it is your last minute, can I have my board, please? Okay. So if it is your last minute, you will see this. Okay, last one. Okay. That means you would need to wrap up your presentation. Okay. So if not, let's say if you exceed and you're still halfway and you exceed, okay? Let's say nasa 12 minutes ka na, sobra-sobra ka na. Okay? So you could be muted. Okay? So please observe the time limit. So for those who were able to submit the videos, so good luck everyone. And first 10 presenters, please prepare. We have Mary Grace Lacerna, Dr. Ferdinand Piano, Ma'am Lani Indencia, Sir Oscar Soriano, Sir Christian Ricafrente, Sir Vergel Victor, Sir Mark Dapiles, and Mr. Enerito Clima, Sir Aaron de la Cruz, Sir Jaybert Saron. Okay, so please prepare. Our first presenter this afternoon is Ma'am Mary Grace Lacerna. Ma'am, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll be playing
Sir,
her video.
sir, may I
Okay, yeah.
sir, may I make a request, please? Because you know what? I'm sorry, sir. I am in Albay. We have this problems with the Corriente with APEC. I would like to ask if I can be the first presenter for this session,
Okay,
sir.
okay, yes, yes. So,
And
uh, so for the information of everyone, Sir Vicente Fernandez was supposed to be scheduled yesterday with Dr. Ray, but there was a power interruption in Albay, so he was not able to present. So Sir Ray and I talked about it. Sir Ray said if I could, he would try to join this afternoon, but if not, I can just record Sir Fernandez's presentation, and Sir Ray can watch it this afternoon when he is able to connect to the internet, because it's quite stormy in Leyte right now because of the, I think there's a low pressure uh, storm or whatever is that. He told me that there is a bad weather. So, okay, Sir Vicente, you go ahead first. You have 10 minutes.
thank you, sir. So I'll go on live. Good afternoon once
Yes.
again, ladies. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vicente Fernandez. I am from Bicol College here in Dalaga, Albay. And my study is entitled Learning Action Cell as a Tool in Strengthening Faculty Compliance with the Use of English as Medium of Instruction. This is an unpublished master's thesis actually, and soon it will be published with these organizations if given the chance. Now, this study was conducted to determine the level of compliance of the faculty with the use of English as medium of instructions at Bicol College in Daraga, Albay. Specifically, this study aimed to determine the profile of the faculty in terms of highest educational attainment, seminars and training attended, eligibility, language examinations taken, number of years in service, and employment status. Number two, the level of compliance in the use of English as medium of instruction of the faculty, and the intervention that would recommend to enforce the use of English as medium of instruction. Now, this study utilized the descriptive method of research, and the findings of the study revealed that the faculty members of Bicol College are composed of diverse background. Some of them are more likely to have direct relationship to their level of compliance with the use of English as medium of instruction. Specifically, Secondly, the teachers who obtained highest educational attainment, as presented by their profile, have the ability to comply with the use of English as medium of instructions effectively. In addition, there were a greater number of respondents who passed the licensure examination. This could have increased the level of compliance. Also, the lesser number of the faculty members that took the language examinations could mean limited knowledge in using the second language. Next, the faculty members have gained an average level of compliance with the use of English as medium of instruction. This further revealed that their level of compliance with the use of English as a second language in the classroom suggested the need for enhancement of their effort to follow the mandates of the authorities. Overall, the faculty members have an average level of compliance, which further entailed that an effort to increase its level was essential so that they could be equipped with the necessary skills needed in teaching the students become more competitive in the workplace in the future in terms of oral and written communication. Now, the findings regarding the level of compliance with the use of English as medium of instruction um, suggested a need for intervention materials so to help them become more efficient and effective in important skills in communication. Thus, learning action cell activities to address the level of compliance among the faculty members was proposed by the researcher. Furthermore, the conclusion from the salient features of the study further lead to some recommendations. Number one, the faculty members of the I'm sorry, must be able to determine their level of compliance with the use of English as medium of instructions guided by the rules and regulations of the Constitution. It is important to consider that level of compliance with the use of English as medium of instructions needed to elevate to the higher level so that they could be able to effectively motivate the students to communicate in various communicative situations and contexts, such as group discussions, meeting conversations, and public speaking. Now, again, the faculty members must attend seminar workshops in enhancing their knowledge and skills and the latest trends in the 21st century teaching and learning in English language. So this will give them more knowledge on the appropriate approaches and strategies in teaching such a crucial skill. Engaging in learning action cell of activities as intervention in strengthening the use of English as medium instructions must be properly observed and practiced by the faculty members to help them achieve the target improvement in terms of developing their knowledge and skills in English language. Thank you for listening and use Mabalos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir Vicente. So, Sir Ray still can't connect, but his comments will be sent to you on transcript. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. So,
Thank you so much, sir.
our next presenter is Miss Mary Grace Lacerna. I'll be playing her video right now.
Thank you, sir. Good day, everyone. Thank you for being here with me today. It is my pleasure to present to you my study about service quality assessment of selected heritage sites in Cambodia, Indonesia, and Philippines by tourists towards the development of service delivery improvement plan. One of the largest industries nowadays in the world is tourism industry. And despite recent events that have made its operating environment more complex, and still it continues to grow. Tourism as a way of life can bring a vast comfort and blessings to all of us. It may not be the answer to the elimination of poverty, but it can make strong assistance to improve tourism industry. Tourism distinguished as a valuable agent for expansion and improvement in almost all sectors of the economy, such as trade and industry, education, culture, entertainment, infrastructure, and many more. At the present times, heritage tourism is a fast-growing and improving niche market. The main objective of this study is to critically assess the service quality of tourism facilities and services in selected heritage sites, namely Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Borobudur Compound Temple in Indonesia, and historic city of Vigan in the Philippines, based on the expectation, perceived performance, and overall level satisfaction and revisit intention. Data were collected by use of remodified ServQual model into a new model called HistoQual, relevant to historical sites through 5 dimensions of responsiveness, tangible, empathy, communications, and sites through 5 dimensions of responsiveness, tangible, empathy, communications, and consumable to Filipino tourists residing in the Philippines who have visited at least one from selected heritage sites from year 2018 to 2020. Also, to analyze the significant difference between the expectation and perceived performance of the service quality assessment as perceived by the Filipino tourist respondents with respect to the quality dimensions and profile of the respondents. Then, to be able to determine the level of overall satisfaction, revisit intention, and significant difference on the level of overall satisfaction and revisit intention based on their profile. Also to examine which among the quality dimension of service quality are determinants of the overall satisfaction and revisit intention in the selected heritage sites. This study is anchored also on the expectancy disconfirmation theory that focuses on identifying the heritage sites attribute which impact tourist satisfaction expectancy disconfirmation theory that comprises of two sub-processes having independent effects on customer satisfaction: the development of expectations and the disconfirmation of those expectations through performance comparison of the perceived performance prior to expectation. And then for the statistical treatment, frequency, percentage distribution, mean, standard deviation, independent, and paired t-tests, one-way ANOVA, and linear regression were utilized. This study also used a descriptive research design. A total of 400 survey questionnaires were distributed. The sample size was derived through Cronkas formula by computing the minimum sample size required for accuracy in estimating proportions by considering the standard normal deviation set at 95% confidence level, with the confidence interval of 0.5. A total of 397 were returned, but only 349 were usable. Meanwhile, other papers were eliminated due to incompleteness of the information. There were 300 respondents being chosen out of 349. Filipino respondents, the researcher computed the minimum sample size by considering the standard normal deviation set at 95% confidence level, with the quantifying sampling error of 5.6, with the total number of population of 300. Simple random sampling was employed in selecting sample through the process of lottery to avoid bias. The researcher assigned every paper with a unique number. These numbers were put in a jar and thoroughly mixed. After that, the researcher picked 49 numbers without looking at it, and those numbers in papers were not included in the study. It is a process of selecting a sample that allows individual to have an independent chance of being selected for the sample. Based on the result of the study, a majority of the Filipino tourists visited historic city of Vigan, Philippines. Most of them visited 0 to 5 other countries aside from the selected heritage sites. Most of them were young and female. On the other hand, majority of the respondents were single and holders of bachelor's degree. Appreciation of history and historical interest was the main purpose of visit. The Filipino respondents on the expectation who have been to Angkor, Cambodia, and the historic city of Vigan, Philippines rated service quality dimension of responsiveness, tangible, empathy, communication, and consumable with very high expectation, while Borobudur in Indonesia rated responsiveness, tangible, and consumable with very high expectation. In terms of perceived performance, respondents rated all selected heritage sites as evident with regards to all service quality dimensions. Also, the finding shows mostly there were statistically no significant difference between results on expectation and perceived performance. There were also no significant difference on the expectation, perceived performance, overall satisfaction, and revisit intention with respect to their profile. The study also revealed that Filipino tourist respondents were satisfied and agreed to revisit again the heritage sites. And finally, the study revealed that consumables were or serve as the determinant of the overall satisfaction in Angkor, communication in Borobudur Compound Temple in Indonesia, and consumable and empathy in the historic city of Vigan, Philippines. Furthermore, communication was the factor that affects the overall revisit intention of Filipino respondents in Angkor, Cambodia, tangible in Borobudur Compound Temple and responsiveness in historic city of Vigan, Philippines. For the recommendation, the papers recommends a possible review of tourism development plan and also provide customer satisfaction survey, update heritage staffs and tour guides through seminars, conferences, and workshops. Furthermore, improve facilities, equipment, and provide enough information. Finally, intensify the good relationship among residents, local government, tourism officers, stakeholders, academia, and other government sectors. Here's the references. Thank you for your attention. God bless.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Lacerna. Sir Julmar?
Yes, good afternoon, Miss Lacerna.
Good afternoon po.
May I ask, why did you choose Cambodia and Indonesia and Philippines as your local for the study?
One of the original purpose of establishing Association of Southeast Asian Nation was to accelerate economic growth based on ASEAN Vision 2020 that all members should bond together in dynamic development, promote cooperation in conservation, and work towards excellence in the service. And Filipino was one of the Asia Pacific countries with the most international travelers in 2015. The rising number of Filipino traveling abroad reflects the growing affluence of the population. And considering the total number of international tourists of Filipino outside the country, especially in Southeast Asia, indicated in Angkor Wat, Cambodia, around 2.2 million tourists visited the Angkor Archaeological Park in Cambodia, which includes Filipino Filipino tourists, and also in Borobudur, as it records around 5 million visitors a year, which includes Filipino tourists.
So there was what do you call this? What was the reference again? The tourism report or something?
Yes po. Based on the statistical record.
Year what?
In Angkor, year 2018, and for Borobudur 2019, and for Bigan it's 2017.
Why didn't you get the tourism report for a specific year, for example 2019, all the top 3, and not from different years?
Because they don't have actually an updated report with regards to the Filipino tourist statistic record of of visitors internationally.
Kasi what I'm trying to say is there might be factors that affected why tourists have this number for that year and another one for this year. It's better to have it in 1 year only.
Okay po.
And another one is, have you visited all these sites?
Actually, the study was made last year, and then supposedly I'm gonna visit these two places. However, COVID-19 was already affecting the market of tourism industry. That is why I did not visited these two places.
So it's better if you did, because you may have your personal insights to add more flavor to your research. And lastly, this should be adapted to present times, meaning since you've already mentioned COVID, try to
Incorporate.
include, yes, because tourism has been greatly affected by COVID-19. So try to put something with regards to adaptation and improvement of services with regards to health conditions and health practices. Okay.
Yes po, Doc. Thank you po.
Okay. For everyone, this is your slide for Ms. Lacerna. Change challenges for acceptance to manage possibilities effectively. Okay. If I will relate a song to your study, it is I Believe by Mariah Carey. And for your hugot line, magmahal ka na ng tao na parang sinaing sa sa rice cooker. Huwag matakot dahil okay lang kahit di mo bantayan. So, thank you very much, Miss Lacerna.
Thank you po, Doc Asilo po. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Mary Grace. Next, we have Dr. Ferdinand Piano.
Yung application mo kayo sa WND.
Sir Ferdinand, I think you're on mute.
Like, nakarating na ako.
Sorry, sorry for that. Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir. I'll be presenting live, so I'm going to be sharing my PowerPoint.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it shown already, sir?
Not yet. Oh, there.
Okay.
Okay, your 10 minutes begins now.
Thank you so much. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our dear panelist, Dr. Julmar Asilo. I'm Ferdinand J. Piano from the University of Makati, and I'm here to present to you my research entitled Social Development Program, the Case of Southeast Asian Countries. This study inquired on the state of social development programs implemented by the respective agencies of the selected Southeast Asian countries in relation to social safety net programs or the government's investment with human capital. The researcher conducted this study to also determine the challenges encountered in the implementation, as well as determining the most effective program to improve poverty alleviation, leading to recommend a social development program to mitigate, if not permanently eradicate poverty. From over 360,000 household beneficiaries during its pilot stage in 2008, after 11 years, the 4Ps is now implemented in 144 cities and 1,483 municipalities in 80 provinces all over 17 regions, with the total number of household beneficiaries growing to as much as 4.8 million as of 2019. In Indonesia, the government's program, Programa Keluarga Harapan, PKH, or in English, Family Hope Program, is one of their social safety net programs, which is intended for the very poor household, or the rumah tangga sangat miskin in their local dialect. Vietnam and Laos, on the other hand, are simply implementing a more generic approach to their social assistance programs, and their CCPs are not really fully implemented during the writing of this research. For the statement of the problem, the study determined the social development programs implemented by the Southeast Asian countries Specifically, this study sought to answer the following. Number one, what is the state of the conditional cash transfer program of the selected Southeast Asian countries in terms of 1.1, plans, programs, and activities. 1.2, implementation and monitoring by the agency or the government. 1.3, their success indicators such as 1.3.1, education. 1.3.2, health. 1.3.3, livelihood improvement. For SOP number 2, what are the effects of the conditional cash transfer program to the beneficiaries of Indonesia, Laos, Vietnam, and the Philippines? SOP 3, what are the challenges encountered by the selected countries in the implementation of the conditional cash transfer program? And number 4, what social development program may be proposed based on the findings of the study? For research methodology, the researcher used descriptive case analysis method as the basis of which are documentary analysis. Documentary analysis is a form of qualitative research in which documents are collected from reliable sources, interpreted by the researcher to give voice and meaning around an assessment topic. For the results and findings, for table 1.1 to 1.3 with education as the success indicator, more than 100% of the enrollment in the primary level were achieved by the 4 countries. For their secondary education, the numbers decreased but to a manageable or understandable figures. Vietnam tops the list with figures ranging from 100% to 93%. On the contrary, Laos dropped their figures, which may be attributed to their CCTs not fully implemented. A critical observation was noted with the Philippines' positive enrollment ratio, which was a manifestation of the programs and efforts to education with the implementation, of course, of the 4Ps and the alternative learning systems. For the tertiary level education, all figures dropped from 40% to as low as 15%. In the Philippines, the figure continuously dropped from 19% in 2013 to 15.74% in 2017. The implementation of the K-12 program of the Department of Education might have affected college enrollment figures. For Vietnam, showed great numbers in primary and secondary levels, but figures went down to as low as 30 to 20% in the tertiary levels. The following factors may have factored in the decrease in their figures. Number 1, Vietnam being highly focused in agriculture and industrial sectors, that might have forced some of their children not to go to college. Tertiary education is a little too expensive also to afford to study in college, just like everybody else. Number 3, passing scores for the qualification exams such as the SAT. Meron din silang scholastic aptitude tests. Typically, colleges have a cut-off mark of 10 out of 30 examinees, which is the major determinant to which school you will attend. For table 2, explains health as a success indicator. In terms of prevalence of malnutrition, Indonesia showed insignificant figures in addressing malnutrition and stunting among children by registering 13.5% or about 35 million of their total population. Whereas Philippines showed great figures with only 7.1%. For table 3 and 4, explains living conditions and employment as success indicator. In terms of unemployment rate from 2009 to 2017, all 4 countries improved their ratings. Indonesia decreased by 2.7%, Laos decreased by, and Philippines decreased by 1.8%, Vietnam decreased of 4.3%. Indonesia's poverty line was very critical since it has the biggest population among 4 countries with more than 260 million people in 2017. And as we all know, Indonesia ranked 4th among the biggest countries in terms of population, next to China, India, and the United States. This size prevents the country from lifting a large size of its population from below poverty line level. Although the good news is the World Bank Executive Board approved on May 2017 a $200 million grant in financing to support the government of Indonesia in expanding their social assistance program. Table 5 explains Human Development Index. In terms of HDI, the figures improved with Indonesia by 5%, Laos by 8%, Philippines by 4%, and Vietnam by 6%. All figures showed an improvement from all indicators from education, health, and livelihood. The World Bank said that 82% of the Philippines SISTI program goes to the bottom 40% of the Philippine population, comprising the country's poor household, as well as those that are highly vulnerable to poverty. Indonesia's education adult literacy is at its best. Gross enrollment has reached 43.1%, or an increase in 3%, which translates to about 7 million people. For health outcomes, all 4 countries, as far as prevalence to malnutrition and wasting under 5 years of age, Indonesia showed insignificant progress in addressing malnutrition. The Philippines, on the other hand, showed great numbers with 7.1%. In terms of livelihood and unemployment rate, all 4 countries decreased its numbers with the following: Indonesia dropping by 2.43%, Laos dropping by 4%, Philippines dropping by 8.4%, and Vietnam dropping by 6.5%. And the unemployment rate from 2009 to 2017, all 4 countries improved their ratings, with Indonesia decreased by 2.7%, Laos and the Philippines decreased by 1.8%, and Vietnam decreased by 4.3%. Although the figures in HDI showed positive improvements, it doesn't necessarily mean that the work for poverty alleviation is over. No, okay, it's still far from over. So for that reason, and for the advocacy also of the researcher, I propose the poverty reduction plan, and which I will call the Southeast Asia Community-based livelihood support and poverty reduction plan. The project will enable communities and households to work on their own income and not depend on the financial assistance from the government by making their own livelihood venture either through micro businesses, retailing, fishing, or backyard farming. The proposed project is a social entrepreneurship program which aims to provide 10,000 qualified households, approximately around 60,000 people, with additional income to improve living conditions in 5 years' time. So the program will, upon implementation, cost will include the following 3 components. Number 1, community mobilization and capacity building. Number 2, community grants. And number 3, project management, monitoring, evaluation, and knowledge dissemination. The community-based livelihood support has the following provisions. Mayroong mga policies po na involved. So Article 1, bank assistance for procurement funds. Article 2, qualifications of the beneficiaries. Article 3, cash grants. Article 4, conditions and compliance. Article 5, control and monitoring. And Article 6, training and development. The following organizations fuel the supply of information used by the researcher in writing this study. So these are the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the DSWD, the IMF, the Philippine Statistics Authority, the Philippine Institute of Development Studies, so on and so forth. The following websites and web links also provided valuable information used by the researcher in writing this study. I'll leave you with this very popular Chinese proverb, which is the foundation of my proposal. Give a man a fish and he will be hungry again tomorrow. Teach him to catch a fish and he will be richer all his life. Thank you very much, Dr. Julmar Asido. Thank you very much, IIRC. Good day.
Thank you, Sir Ferdinand. Sir Julmar?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Sir Ferdinand. I would just
Yes,
like to ask, is this proposal on a national or a local scale?
The proposal is meant to be in fact, for an international level, sir. So it's definitely hard to reach that far. So I'm going to use this IIRC as the platform to share this proposal to all interested parties who may use the proposal.
The
But I'm
reason why
also planning to use this in our university, sir.
the reason I
Our
asked that one
extension.
is because uh, the mechanism is different, on a national scale and on a local scale. In a national scale,
Yes, sir.
which office or agency do you think will have to be responsible for this type of program? And on a local level, where will this be? Where will this program or plan get the funding? Yun ang problema natin dito. It won't
Yes, sir.
go, it won't start, it won't even go to the next block kung wala tayong funding na makukuha. So yun yung practicality na gusto kong makita muna doon
Yes.
sa iyong proposal. And another concern is that try to have your sources identified or mentioned. May mga parts na I think need to be referenced. And lastly, have your references updated. Meron kang minensyon na ADB publication in 2013 dito sa iyong
Yes, sir.
introduction. I would like to mention that there is also a recent report by ADB in 2019. So try to use that instead of the 2013 report.
I think, Doc, the publication was released 2018. I think every 2 years sila naglalabas, sir. Parang, baka
There is
2020 na po
one,
yung sunod.
I just browsed a while ago na merong ADB technical report ng April 2019 on the support for human and social development in Southeast Asia. That's the title ng kanilang report.
Okay. Sige, Doc, I'll try to
sige.
on that.
Okay, can I have
Sige, thank you so much, sir.
Sir Simon, can I have that? Present lang ulit.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, can you let go of the presentation so that Dr. Asilo can present? Sir Ferdinand.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're still presenting on your screen.
Stop
Can
sharing.
you stop presenting so that Sir Asilo can present? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So for this presenter, be the catalyst for change and be renowned to the world. The next song for Miss Mariah is Open Arms. And my hugot line for you is, huwag mong pabayaan yung sinaing, hindi yan tulad mo na sanay iwanan at sa huli puro hinaing. Okay.
Wow,
Thank you
that's
very
nice.
much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sir John. So, after Sir Ferdinand, we have Lani Elvensha. I'll be playing her video right now.
Sir, I'm going to live, sir.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Present your slide.
Thank you, sir. Have you seen my slides, sir?
Yes, it's loading. Okay, your 10 minutes begins now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lani M. Indensha from Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University System, Onisan, Quezon, Onisan Learning Center, Onisan, Quezon. So, my research study entitled Determinants of Competencies in Home Economics of the Public Secondary School Students, Basis for Inputs to Program Policy Review and Improvement Plan. As an introduction, educational reforms aims to promote students' interest for knowledge, skills, and lifelong learning. The curriculum must contain what and how to be taught, as well as a learning process.
Ma'am Lani?
Yes po.
Okay, there.
Sorry, I have.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you seen my screen, sir?
Just now, okay.
Okay. Present educational system in the Philippines offers life, career skills, employments, and entrepreneurship through the K-12 basic education curriculum. Additional last 2 years or senior high school offers different choice of track and specialization, and one of those is technical vocational livelihood home economics strand. So as a support of this study, I have ecological system theory of Ron Furners and the theory of land behaviors, identified 4 layers for child's developments and indicating that learners' competency may affect through internal and external factors. In this study, it will answer these are the statement of the problems under the profile of the students and teacher respondents, the students' beliefs for home economics, teacher self-efficacy and level of technological, pedagogical content knowledge in teaching home economics, status of home economic facilities and perception of students in employability, gender issues, level of competence of students in home economics, and the variables significantly predict as the determinants for the competency of the students. Ba tayo? So result of the study primarily beneficial to the students itself, school administrators for getting in-depth information for the role in supporting students, home economic teachers are serving reference to be more competent in teaching of this area. The benefits for parents, students in these areas giving idea, encouragement to be more supportive for their children needs to perform well. For the research methodology, it is used descriptive correlational method of research, description of the respondents of this study were the public senior high school home economic teachers and senior high school home economic students in the 13 public secondary schools in the 2nd Congressional District of Quezon Province, with a total of 56 male and 88 female of senior high school home economic students and 2 male and 12 female with a total of 14 senior high school home economic teachers. Research instrumentation was adopted from various sources in self-made, which was validated by the 3 experts in the field of home economics. The statistical treatment were used, frequency, percentage distribution, mean and the standard deviation, and the multiple regression analysis. So result in discussion, the average age of the students respondents were 17 years old. Most of them were female and their parents have completed high school educations and occupation were both engaged in low-wage job, which also reported students have favorable belief in home economics. As a teacher respondent profile, uh, the average age is 42 years old. There were 12 male and 2 female with a mean of experience of 9 years old, and most of them enrolled or taking currently master's degree and also found have a great deal influence in teaching home economics. But teachers have lowest mean average and efficacy to enlist community involvements and parental involvement. However, they were agreed in all indicators for the technological, pedagogical content knowledge in teaching home economics. Home economics facilities was found in good condition most of the time, but it found insufficient chairs and table in good working condition appropriate for the TBL home economics. Tools and equipments in different areas in home economics were reported available, accessible, and adequate so at all times. Students responded agreed all the time in employability after they were graduated and positive views for a gender equality issue for home economics. The students' respondents' competency level in home economics are food and beverage services in very high level, bread and pastry production and cookery were reported in high level. For for the results, variables significantly predict for the competency of the students in home economics as determinants were students' belief for this track, teachers' content knowledge, teacher efficacy to influence school resources and their decision making, teachers' efficacy to enlist community involvement, and the availability of tools and equipments for home economics. Determinants of competencies in home economics of the public secondary school students found that teachers have a major role for them to gain standard competences set by the Department of Education. The teacher's content knowledge, decision-making, community involvements are factors to consider. Home economics is a skilled subject, so student belief will help them to have positive views and motivation to be more competent. They need to experience a real object, a real materials, so that the accessibility, availability of home economic tools and equipments will have great contribution for gaining standard competencies. Based from the result of this study, it can be serves or can give an inputs to program policy review and improvement plan for home economics to have or enhance the competency of the students. So additionally, we have our recommendation. School administrators must empower teachers to be more functional, partners with parents and immediate community with the aim of tapping resources for effective delivery of programs in home economics. Additionally, school administrators and teachers should foster functional partnership with pertinent industries in the community. School administrators should continuously support for the program that will sustain the technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge of home economic teachers. The enhancement of home economic laboratory status should continuously included in school improvement plan because of extensive use of tools and equipments. It should be differentiated in diminishing its service life. Additionally, a teacher should be trained for the repair and maintenance for the tools and equipments. With respect to adequacy of tables and chairs, school administrators may consider or look scheduling of classes in 2 or more laboratory sessions or may adopt the training regulation of TESDA with a maximum of students of 25 per session. Developers of curriculum managers, especially in the K-12 TBL home economics curriculum, must continuously instill favorable belief towards home economics, with particular emphasis on the measurements of students' aptitude, occupational interest, career guidance, programs held at the school, career guidance, and the school administrator should consider career guidance on placement, prospect of senior high school students. More so, alumni who prosper in employments related to home economics may be invited during a career guidance so that the students may enhance and be more motivated to take this track for TVL, Technical Vocational Livelihood Home Economics track. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Lani Indencia. Sir Julmar?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Miss Indencia.
Good afternoon po.
You've mentioned here that your local is the division of Quezon.
Yes po, sir.
Particularly, what district?
Second district, sir. Second district po, sir.
Then you should have mentioned it in your title.
Opo, sir. Okay po, sir.
So it's not the division of Quezon, the whole division of Quezon. It's the second district or whatever you call it in DepEd. So as to clearly identify which is your local. Okay?
Okay po, sir.
Next one is try to reword your title because it's too long. It's too lengthy. And what are your variables in your study?
The variable, I have many variables, sir.
Yes, precisely. Try to figure out which ones are very, very important and vital to your study and put that in your title so that the reader can have a clear picture of what this study is all about.
Okay po, sir. Thank you po, sir.
And can I share?
Sure. Okay po, sir.
Okay, wait. Okay. For Miss Indencia, this is for you. Essentials matter to everyone, but prioritizing be done for upliftment. And for your song, it's Against All Odds. And may hugot line for you is, oo, sinabi kong mahal kita, pero tandaan
Very nice.
mo, di ibig sabihin noon na para sa akin ay kawalan ka. Thank you very
Okay.
much. And then,
Ouch. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Lani. So next, we have Sir Oka Soriano. Dr. Oscar Soriano. Sir, I think you're on mute.
Sandali na, sir.
Sige lang po.
Some technical problem encountered in my presentation. Paano? How can I do that? I'll just only present my by reading my I cannot ito sir. Yeah. Okay, I'll start. Sir, visible na ba yung video ko? Visible na ba sir yung yung
Yes, it's already visible. Your slides are already.
Okay. To all the attendees of this IIRC 2000, to Sir Simon, and to Dr. Julman Asilio, good afternoon to all of you. Allow me to present my research work, effectiveness of the local peasant or councils in the province of Nueva Ecija, basis for a proposed public safety development program. Then, as an overview, the roles of the local peasant or councils are essential to maintaining economic development, social order, and political stability. Moreover, the local peasant or councils shall also undertake various activities in delivery of government services, both in social and infrastructure, especially good governance and good citizenry. The members of the local peasant or councils are obliged to perform their mandated powers and function beyond the expectations of the public. Thus, the local government executive, through the local peasant or council, have the primary responsibility of protecting the community under the general welfare clause of the local government. Therefore, it is necessary that this present study be conducted properly to look into the present level of the effectiveness relatively with their administration operations. This also involves the problems met by the local peasant or council, thus affecting their effectiveness. Then the status problem as follows. The study evaluated the effectiveness of the local peasant or councils in the province of Nueva Ecija as basis for a proposed public safety development program. Specifically, it sought to answer the following problem. What is the extent of effectiveness of the local peasant or council in terms of anti-illegal drugs, crime prevention, counterinsurgency, delinquency negation, detainee custody, disaster reduction, fire suppression, and traffic management? What is the degree of the problems met by the local peasant or councils in terms of the mentioned variables? What measures can be proposed to address the problems met in the organization of the local peace and order council? And what proposed public safety development program can be promoted as an outcome of the study? Then next is resolution and discussion. One, extent of effectiveness of the local peasant or councils. The two group of respondents describe the extent of effectiveness of the local peasant or other council based on the following variables: anti-illegal drugs with a weighted mean of 3.88 and verbal description of effective; crime prevention with a weighted mean of 4.16 and verbal description of effective; counterinsurgency with a weighted mean of 3.88 and verbal description of effective; delinquency negation with a weighted mean of 3.90 and verbal description of effective; then disaster reduction with a weighted mean of 6.30 with a verbal description of effective; detained custody with a weighted mean of 3.9 and verbal description of effective; fire suppression with a weighted mean of 3.89 and verbal description of effective; and traffic management with a weighted mean of 4.02 and verbal description of effective. The ground weighted mean is 3.91 with a weighted mean ranging from 3.60 to 4.16 with an overall verbal description of effective. Number two is degree of problems met by the local peasant or council. The two groups of respondents describe the degree of the problems met by the local peasant or council based on the following variables. Again, anti-illegal drug with weighted mean of 2.61 and verbal description of somewhat serious. Crime prevention with a weighted mean of 2.83 and verbal description of somewhat serious. Counterinsurgency with a weighted mean of 2.91 and verbal description of somewhat serious. Delinquency investigation with a weighted mean of 2.68 and verbal description of somewhat serious. Disaster reduction with a weighted mean of 2.91 and verbal description of somewhat serious. Detained custody with a weighted mean of 2.71 and verbal description of somewhat serious. Partial suppression with a weighted mean of 2.71 and verbal description of somewhat serious. And traffic management with a weighted mean of 2.59 and verbal description of somewhat serious. The ground weighted mean is 2.75 with a weighted mean ranging from 2.59 to 2.91 with an overall verbal description of somewhat serious. Then number 3 is measures to address the problems met by the local peace and or council. The two groups of respondents describe the measures to address the problems met by the local peace and or council based on the following variables: anti-illegal drugs with a weighted mean of 3.98 and verbal description of recommended; crime prevention with a weighted mean of 3.96 and verbal description of recommended; counter-insurgency with a weighted mean of 4.02 and verbal description of recommended; delinquency negation with a weighted mean of 4.02 and verbal description of recommended; detained custody with a weighted mean of 3.96 and verbal description of recommended; disaster reduction with a weighted mean of 3.64 and verbal description of recommended; partial suppression with a weighted mean of 3.62 and verbal description of recommended; and traffic management with a weighted mean of 3.92 and verbal description of recommended. The ground weighted mean is 3.89 with a weighted mean ranging from 3.62 to 4.02 with an overall verbal description of recommended. Number 4 is proposed public safety development program. The proposed public safety development program formulated as an outcome study contains the following key result areas. Key result areas: objectives, program, project activities, performance indicator, local government agency office, personal successful, requirements and remark. The key result areas follows: anti-illegal drugs activities, crime prevention, counterinsurgency, delinquency mitigation, detained custody, disaster reduction, and partial suppression, and traffic management. The various programs, project activities as follows: continuously implement the operational concept of the PMP's Oplang Tokhang revised, organization of the community members as anti-crime watchdog and neighborhood spy, building up of criminal cases against dissident personalities operating in the area, encouraging criminal justice system and juvenile justice system to actively involve in the various activities of the local peace and or councils, inspection of different jail facilities to determine their respective operational readiness, installation of early warning devices in different flood-prone areas province-wide, visitation and auditing of establishment to address fire hazard and repairs of bad road condition causing traffic accident and congestion. Conclusions and recommendations. Based on the findings, the following conclusions were drawn. The respondents described the effectiveness of the local peace order as effective. The respondents described the problems met by the local peace or council as somewhat serious, and the proposed public safety development program formulated as an outcome study can be used as a roadmap towards improving the present level of effectiveness of the administration and operation of the local peace and or councils. From the conclusion derived, the following recommendations were made: observance of regular and periodic consultative and coordinating conferences from among the members of the local peace and or councils, lateral coordination with the concerned local authorities purposely to discuss a problem met involving counterinsurgency, empowering the people in the policy and decision-making of the local peace and or councils, and adoption and subsequent implementation of the proposed public safety development program. These are the references that I've used in the preparation of my research work. Then again, thank you and good day.
Thank you, Dr. Oscar Soriano. Sir Julmar.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Dr. Soriano. Hello,
Hi,
sir.
sir. Hello, sir.
Your title mentions LPOCs ng Nueva Ecija.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Opo, sir.
So it involves the municipalities and the cities.
The rest of the local business organ,
The entire province of
business,
Nerona. Sir.
including MPOCs.
Were you able to get all the respondents?
Actually, sir, my population is, when you speak of the members of LPOC, that is 256, but I have use of simple random sampling by the use of Slowing formula. That's why the remaining sample become 128, and for the barangay companies or punong barangays, that is 272.
Okay.
From
Ayun, sir.
849.
Sir. So yun lang. Siguro kindly put more emphasis on that, yung yung methods of sampling nyo ang ginamit para makita ng readers kung how did you get.
It is included. This procedures are included in the complete paper. So happen na the invitation sa PowerPoint is 7 slides. That's why I deliver it with the presentation in 7 slides, including title page and the references. That's why baka ma-technical ako ni Sir Simon eh. May-invite ako mag-abasa kasi it's involved it involves 8 variables.
Mapapabasa pala sa
ano po yung methods and procedures? Kasi it consists of 8 variables all about peace and order, including health sa province namin.
Siguro, last sir, siguro you should have also mentioned yung accomplishment reports na LPOCs para meron kang comparison with regards to...
These are the things that inspires me to write this work. Kasi I for myself, I'm a member of the MPOC here in our municipality. But just to say, we are not yet having a meeting since then.
Di ba dapat ano yun? Kasama yan sa ELA?
Sa IIRC, sir.
Dapat ELA. Executive Legislative Agenda.
Dapat, sir. But nowadays, they are preoccupied sa IATF level ng municipality. That's why, for a while, parang na-neglect muna yung LPOC. Pero subusubi dapat, sir, dapat MPOC na. Huwag na kahit na wala ng IATF. The MPOC will take the role of IATF so that they can still function despite of the pandemic, COVID pandemic that we had at this point in time.
Yun. So yun yung
nawala sa senaryo eh.
So yun yung purpose mo, sir, na kailangan makreate itong LPOC to take hold of crisis management.
Yes, sir. Kasi yung strengthen ulit yung operationalization nila na talagang they have to actively conduct regular meetings so that they will each of the member will be able to address the problems encountered by different municipalities here in the province of Nueva Ecija. But if ever that they are not meeting with each other, parang we have just only appointed people that will constitute a sleeping elephant, di ba? White elephant for that purpose.
So, yun sir, dapat dun sa introduction, yung presentation ng scenario, yung emphasis, yung importance ng study, dinerecho mo na agad.
Sinabi ko po sa paper na talagang para bang there are problems because the way it seems, they are not regularly observing the regular meetings. Supposed to observe as provided by EO 309, they have to meet every monthly ang meeting eh. But parang status ko. Kasi binanggit ko rin yan na parang why these people are not meeting each other so that they will be able to address the problems in their respective localities.
Okay, sir. Good to know. So, I'll be looking forward to sa yung output, especially pag daanan na to na materialized na.
Okay. I have also made a proposed public safety development program, including with the financial incentive plans, and I have given the honorable governor, which opened, who is from Santa Rosa, my town, a copy of those things that I have found out.
And hopefully he will give attention to that.
Do not know, sir. I was not given feedback so far. That's why I'm still waiting.
Easy lang siguro, sir.
Okay sa pandemic, sir, siguro. Tsaka sir, ang problema kasi dito yung too much politics eh. Nagkakaproblema sa between the governor and the city mayor.
Kailangan yan. Pareha sila ng kulay at pareha sila ng partida.
Yung political situation dito na they're always going against with one another para ma-understand yung problema sa LPOCs na yan.
Okay, here's for you, Dr. Soriano.
Yes, sir.
Immense possibilities to a group of people are bounded with similar interests in achieving the same goal. Okay? My
Yes, sir.
song for you is Always Be My Baby. And my hugot line for you is may mga taong talagang di para sa isa't isa. Ang masakit, di mo pa makikita kasi nagtago pa. So that
Salamat po,
is
sir. Salamat
for
po,
you.
sir. I'll take
Thank you
note of
very
that
much, sir.
report. Salamat po, sir. Salamat po. Salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Soriano.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Salamat po, sir. Salamat, Sir Simon.
Our next presenter is Sir Christian Ricafrente. Sir Christian. Sir Christian, are you with us? Sir Christian? Okay, I think Sir Christian is not yet with us. So let's proceed with Sir Verhel Victor. Sir Verhel? Okay. How about Sir Mark Datiles? Mark Lester. Okay, na-disconnect si Sir Mark. Kaka-disconnect lang. Okay, Sir Mark, are you with us? Hello?
Sir,
Yes po, can you present?
good afternoon, sir. Sir, you can play my recorded video.
Okay, let's see.
Sir, I have internet difficulty. Can you play my recorded video?
Okay, okay.
Naghang. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, I'm about to play it now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. To my fellow participants, to the organizers of this virtual event, to the management staff of International Integrated Research Conference, and to our dearest panelists, a wonderful day to all of you. I am Mark Lester G. Datiles, graduated from Polytechnic University of the Philippines with master's degree in education management. I am a licensed professional teacher and currently employed under the Department of Education as public school teacher. I am one of your oral presenters for this day. My topic is entitled The Academic Engagement of Student Leaders in Secondary Public Schools in the Division of Quezon City, Basis for the Proposed Action Plan. I have chosen this topic because I am the current advisor of the Supreme Student Government, or SSG, in our school. SSG is the official student organization stipulated at DepEd Order number 47 Series 2014. And I am also the coordinator in Congressional District 2 in Quezon City of SSG Federation of Advisors. We all know that leadership is a distinct entity. Leaders of today are expected to build and maintain collaborative leadership system. They are anticipated to be good communicator of the goals about the needs of the groups through the sense of direction. Leadership is the art of inspiring, directing, motivating, and influencing others so that they work and function together to reach a common goal. This study explored the significant difference between the academic engagement of the selected student leaders among secondary schools in Quezon City. The pattern would be the statement of the problem, followed by the findings, and then conclusion, and then followed by the recommendation. For the statement of the problem number 1, what is the profile of public secondary school student leaders in terms of the following: age, sex, grade level, position in SSG, and first quarter average? Based on the findings, most of the student leaders were in the bracket of 15 and above. Both male and female have equal percentage of 50%. Generally, the respondents who were grade 10 has percentage of 68% dominated the entire group of student leaders. Grade level representatives had the highest frequency of 32 or 29.63%. In terms of first quarter average, most of the student leaders got the average between 85 to 89 with a frequency of 56 or 51.85%. The conclusion would be The age bracket of student leaders in public secondary schools in Quezon City falls under adolescent stage. In terms of student leadership, either male or female can be picked as leader in student organizations. Majority of the student leaders were capable of leading in such a manner that as grown adolescent, they gain a lot of leadership experience according to their grade level. Grade level representatives dominated the number of positions because under the structure of SSG officers, grade level representatives are occupying at least 2 slots in every grade level depending on the number of student population in school. And in terms of scholastic standing, the majority of the student leaders are having the above average performance during the first quarter of the academic year. The result of this study may be used to revisit the DepEd Order number 47 series 2014 so that concerns about age, sex, grade level, position may be addressed. The second statement of the problem would be what is the extent of the secondary public school student leaders' academic engagement in terms of student-faculty interaction, internal locus of control, and self-efficacy. I would like to define academic engagement. It pertains to the combination of these three: faculty or student-faculty interaction of the students, the internal locus of control or the acceptance of responsibility, and self-efficacy or the ability to do a certain task. The findings: student leaders have high level of academic engagement. The total weighted mean for student-faculty interaction is 3.94, which means they have a high level of academic engagement. In terms of the second factor, which is the internal locus of control, the total weighted mean is 3.98, which means student leaders have high level of academic engagement, and the total weighted mean under self-efficacy of student leaders is 4.41, 51 rather, which means they have a very high level of academic engagement. The conclusion: student leaders are expected to be good at discussion, considering that in terms of awareness and social responsibilities, they gain so much. Hence, in class discussion, they are really vocal and outspoken, especially their interaction with faculty members or teachers. Internal locus of control is considered as an important factor in influencing academic tests. They have a very high engagement in terms of self-efficacy. They are confident enough in their ability to manage and deal effectively with the specific situations and problems that confronts them. The recommendation: there is a need for the Supreme Student Government to have a closer and productive working relations with faculty members and school administrators. Special program may be suggested to recognize who excel in both academic and non-academic endeavors, thereby uplifting their moral and effect a greater cause for self-improvement and enhanced self-confidence. While the moving up ceremony is meant to recognize the achievement of the completers, the same recognition should also be due for the lower levels who wish also to be known during the ceremony. And the last statement of the problem: is there a significant difference between the academic engagement of student leaders in public secondary schools and their demographic profile? Based on the data, age, sex, position, and grade level had no significant relationship with academic engagement of student leaders using independent sample TPS and ANOVA. Conclusion: age does not mediate students' capacities for socially responsible leadership. Leadership is genderless. Great leadership is through hard work. It takes effort, focus, and relentless development of self. Grade level had no significant influence on the demonstration of functional knowledge of same-age students. Leadership does not directly affect students' academic outcomes. It enhances their confidence and motivation, which provides them with the inner drive to aim, persevere, and achieve their goals. Student leaders are highly considered because of their position or leadership role in the organization. The recommendation would be we have to improve recruitment efforts in order to increase the number and scope of student leaders, students serving as school-based organization officers for all levels may be done, especially during their first year in junior high school. since organization activities have been shown to have long and lasting impact, students in grade levels should also be encouraged to participate. The key to success in this regard is to increase student engagement in school activities through their active participation in their chosen organization. The more connected a student feels to the school, the better they generally do. Invest more resources in support of school-based organization in order to increase the impact of the participation to be an effective factor toward the improvement or improving academic performance may also be suggested. The outcomes of this study will be helpful to the Department of Education, school administration or administrators, school-based organization or clubs, student leaders, advisors, students themselves, parents, and future researchers. Thank you very much, and that would be all for this day.
Thank you, Sir Mark. Sir Julmar?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Mr. Datiles.
Good afternoon, sir.
The title itself mentions an action plan, right?
Yes, sir.
But unfortunately, what I read only was a description of what your respondents are. I mean, what the situation in your school is. You mentioned the gender, yung profile of the profile. So, where is the action plan?
The action plan, sir, is at the back of my research. Yeah, it's part of my thesis. One of the samples of my activities on the action plan is, for example, the District Student Leader Summit, the sample title of the activity.
Then you should have at least put some parts of your action plan in this paper.
Yes, sir.
Para at least makita ko na this is actually an action plan and there is an output na
yes, sir.
Available na materialize. And then I saw that I noticed that there's no abstract submitted.
I already submitted my abstract, sir.
But this is not included in the final paper was given to me. Anyways, if there was, hopefully naandon, it is included already there in the abstract, iyong output.
Yes, sir.
Kasi dapat dun palang makita na lang ng reader na this has already materialized. I mean, there is already a concrete functional plan na gusto mong i-implement sa inyong school.
Okay, sir.
And then try to reword some parts of your study. There are some more appropriate words na dapat mong ginamit. Okay? More formal words fit sa pagsusulat ng isang research. And then sa title naman, try to make it shorter pero straight to the point. Medyo lengthy yung title. Okay, so I'll just share some thoughts para kay Mr. Datiles. Okay. Presence solidifies values that recognition prevails towards commitment in the days ahead. So, your song is One Sweet Day. And wag mong ligawan kung di mo kayang mahalin. Wag mong mahalin kung di mo kayang patagalin. At wag mong patagalin kung sa huli ay iiwanan mo rin. Try to have the commitment. Okay, from start to end.
Notable. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Ayan, Sir Mark, huwag mong ligawan kung di mo kayang mahalin. Okay. So, thank you, Sir Mark. Thank you, Sir Julmar.
Thank you, Sir Julmar.
We have Sir Verhel. He actually sent a message through chat that he would like this video to be played since the internet connectivity in his area is not cooperating. So I'll have to play his video. Okay, I think I just lost it. I need to look for it again. But how about Sir Emerito Klima? Sir?
Sir, I'm here. Opo.
Okay.
I play my recorded video po.
Okay.
Uh, Good day, everyone. I am Energy Lima, and I would like to thank IIRC and express my gratitude to each and every one of you for I'm sorry. I think I'm having problem with my video. Sorry. Can I just not to I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yes,
It was working yesterday. Actually, I practiced it, sir. I'm sorry. So I'll just
do it live, or would you want to be?
I'll be presenting my PowerPoint, sir. Then I'll be narrating it live.
Okay, go ahead.
I hope my my internet connection will hold. IR's PowerPoint. Nakakahiya naman po. Am I now presenting, sir? Is it already?
Yes, you are. We can see your slides.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Ano ako? Okay. There we go. All right. So medyo intermittent po kasi rin ang internet. So good morning, or it's good afternoon po sa lahat, especially to our panel of expert, Dr. Jul Mar Asilo. It's been a long while, sir. I've seen you. I attended one of the in your university, no, with Dr. Bermudo. So all right. My research is all about management leadership skills, teachers' degree of empowerment, and teachers' performance of Santa Rosa Science and Technology High School. So I'm a part of that institution being mentioned here. So I just, that's actually the bottom line and main purpose. I really wanted to know what is going on with you know, the higher authorities or those who are able to implement you know, policies and everything. Those who have the authority to give instruction, and of course, in effect to us teachers, and if there is actually an empowerment issue in, of course, inside the institution, or if it may affect our performance as teacher. So, okay. Many of the learning and training plans for school leadership, of course, prior to COVID-19 are likely to be out of touch with the issue facing school leaders nowadays. In certain cases, in order to stay appropriate for future and practicing school leaders, the current preparation training systems, along with, of course, the leadership styles, may require change or probably a rethinking and modification or reconfiguration siguro. And what is important before COVID-19 would be probably an error nowadays. As much as this teaching and growth does not work or function any longer, at least most of them. New programs that thoroughly and sufficiently cover the leadership qualities, activities and actions really relevant to the present and potentially continuing situation, our situation now with the COVID-19, would really be needed. Management leadership skills require human relationships or human relation skills. Developing effective, let me read it. Developing effective human relation skills is crucial to establishing and maintaining productive teachers, according to IIRC in 2017. Good communication and attention from managers typically lead to increased levels of productivity and job satisfaction. Human relation skills make working in groups and teams possible. Additionally, possessing technical skills in management is essential in an organization. Managers having knowledge and experience in their industry should guide all those whom they oversee and helping them to achieve higher levels of success. Managers are often called upon to provide training and even coaching for their subordinates. They should be able to impart also wisdom, useful wisdom and handy trade secrets that will help their team excel. Another essential, of course, component, which is, of course, one of the variables, is the leadership skills. In leadership is the administrative skills. Planning and implementation of decisions are widely thought to be critical to the achievement of organizational aims and objectives. Likewise, it is also important for any organization to possess an institutional skills. This skill requires to connect and relate with other organizations for knowledge development, technological advancement, and merging of ideas and concepts in the industry. Furthermore, subordinates empowerment is the information resources and opportunity given to employees in any organization as being held responsible for their job outcomes. For followers like me and other teachers in Santa Rosa Science and Technology High School, to feel like our decisions matter, we need to feel, or they need to feel, accountable for the decisions they make on a regular basis. An organization's performance management practices play a large part in determining the level of the subordinates of the followers' empowerment. The researchers selected variables in this research from the relevant literature, anchored on the skill mix theory of Katz and Kahn 2015, which asserted that a good leader have various skills, namely human relationship skills, technical skills, administrative skills, and adheres to a modern concept of leadership that involve interpersonal relations of institutional skills. The second portion of the skill mix theory asserted that as one goes up the hierarchy of level of management, human relation skills and technical skills become remote, while the latter skills of administrative and institutional skills emerge. The researcher utilized the descriptive correlational or correlation research design according to Graviter and Forzano in 2014. This research design allows the researcher to describe systematically, factually, and accurately, objectively a situation, problem, phenomenon as it naturally occurs. In this study, two sources of data were used, the primary and secondary. Of course, the primary sources of data were the respondents who answered the questionnaire. The secondary source of data were performance of the teachers recorded and of course in the IPCRF that we are submitting annually, actually twice, and other related materials deemed necessary to get the needed data for the study. And then the respondents of the study were the 57 teachers, which is the total enumeration of the teaching staff of Santa Rosa Science and Technology High School for the academic year 2019-2020. A researcher-made questionnaire was used to generate the needed data for the study. It had three parts, namely part one deals with the management leadership skills, part two focused on the teacher's degree of empowerment, and part three covered the teacher's performance. The questionnaire face validity was determined by a panel of experts in research, statistics, and field of study who evaluated it and made some recommendation for its improvement. Further, the reliability of questionnaire was tested using the Cronbach's alpha. So I'll just breeze through with this. These are actually the questionnaires that I have mentioned a moment ago during the methodology part. Of course, everyone will have a deeper understanding of on what I have been doing with this research. If only everybody has time to really read this questionnaires, and then specific questions that was sought to be answered in this study was: number one, what are the leadership skills of Santa Rosa Science Technology Management as rated by the teacher respondents along human relations skills, technical skills, administrative, and institutional skill? Again, it was based on the mixed theory by Katz and Ken. What is the teacher's degree of empowerment at the Santa Rosa Science and Technology High School? What is the level of performance of teachers Santa Rosa and Technology High School? Is there a significant relationship between the teachers' ratings on leadership skills of Santa Rosa and Technology High School, management, and their degree of empowerment? Is there a significant relationship between the teachers' rating of leadership and level of performance? Is there a relationship between empowerment and level performance of teachers' respondents, as answered, rated by teacher respondents? The result of the survey showed that the management leadership skills along the following components: human relations, technical skills, which already had presented a moment ago, and institutional skills had been responded to a strong degree with an overall weighted mean to 3.45, indicator 3, which can be actually found doon sa questionnaire, which is the administrative skills, was the top management leadership skills rated by the teacher respondents have agreed to. This obtained a weighted mean of 3.52. The teacher's degree of empowerment was found high. The perception of immediate supervisor had the highest level with a weighted mean of 3.44, followed by the management of change with a weighted mean of 3.37, and perception of higher management with a weighted mean of 3.35. Furthermore, the participation in decision-making had a lower degree than others with a weighted mean of 3.20. The level of performance of the teacher was found high as well with an overall weighted mean 3.45. Their professional and personal characteristic had the highest level with a weighted mean of 3.46, while their instructional competence didn't go far and had a weighted mean of 3.43. So this is an example of the employee's degree of empowerment as, of course, tabulated, obtained from, of course, the questionnaire that was actually administered to the respondents. But of course, that's obviously I have more to show, but the time won't obviously won't allow me. And then for the third specific question, or the fourth, the results revealed statistically that the management leadership skills and its teachers' degree of empowerment had low to moderate relationship with probability values less than the significance level of 0.01 and or 0.05 respectively. The result of the study showed statistically that there was a relationship between the teacher's rating on management leadership skills and the level of performance along instructional competence. The relationship was low to moderate, with probability values less than the significance of 0.01. Moreover, there was a relationship between the teacher's rating on the management leadership skills in terms of administrative and their level of performance along the professional and personal characteristic. However, there was no relationship between the leadership skills in terms of human relations, technical, administrative, and institutional, and level of performance in terms of professional and personal competence. The probability values of 0.069, 0.0101, and 0.166 were greater than the significance level of 0.05. The result of the study revealed statistically that there was a relationship between the teacher's rating of leadership skills at the school management and their level of empowerment. The relationship was low to moderate and probability values less than significance level of 0.01 and 0.05. Again, this were obtained from the results from the survey as it was rated by the respondents' relationship. So I'm actually trying to show you each specific question answered through this, no, using this data. Okay, so relationship between the degree of empowerment and level of performance. Conclusion, the leadership skills and management, Santa Rosa and technology. Sir Simon, you can just tell me to stop, okay? High school obtained an average rating of strongly agree from respondents. The teacher's degree of empowerment was high. However, the level of performance of the teacher or the level was high also. There was a low to moderate relationship between the management leadership skills and teacher's degree of empowerment. There is a relationship between the teacher's ratings of on the leadership skills Santa Rosa and technology high school management and their level of performance. There was a low to moderate relationship between the teacher's rating on the management leadership and teacher's level of empowerment with probability values less than the significance level of 0.01 and 0.05 respectively. Leadership skills for recommendations. Okay, Sir Simon, thank you. I'm not sure if I included this in when I converted my study to IIRC, but I would just like to read for my remaining minute. Future studies need to examine how management can visibly see greater levels of delegation of decision-making at all levels. Leadership skills that focuses on guiding, communicating the school's vision mission, which is goal toward better opportunities, benefiting students and finding new ways to develop manpower with emphasis on the management level. This study mainly emphasized the determination of management leadership skills, teachers' degree of empowerment and performance, Santa Rosa Science and Technology High School teachers in Santa Rosa, Laguna. It is recommended further to determine the driving factors of leadership skills in future studies that may seek to establish a concrete leadership development program, how and why academic institutions should embed it on their operational and even corporate designs and as part of their long-term investment to cater the demands of today's fast-paced organizational paradigm. For that, thank you so much po talaga. This is my first time po. Actually, I'm a medical laboratory technologist. I'm a medtech po. But I'm now in education. Had I known earlier na pwede naman, Sir Simon, no, I would have presented, my forte, which is, of course, my first lab as a medical laboratory scientist. But, of course, again, no regrets. Thank you, Dr. Julmar, again, Sir Simon, and the entire Secretariat of IIRC. God bless. Keep safe po tayo.
Thank you, Sir Enerito Klima. Sir Julmar?
Yes, hello. Sir Klima, magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon, Doktor.
Understandably, nag-disclaimer ka na naman eh. So, I would give credit I would give you the leeway na some things are should be left to, some things should be left to the specialists. For example, with regards to your variables, the ones I have here is lacking of the different criteria or standards for measurement. Kaya siguro medyo nahirapan akong intindihin kung how did you arrive with your conclusion and your your output. Kasi sa title pa lang medyo malawak yung scope. So yung skills and performance, how were this measured, and yung degree of empowerment, so how was this determined? Sana naipasok mo siya dito sa sinabit mong paper. So again, may disclaimer ka na, so I would not hold it against you. Konting revisions lang, sir, sa using of the active and passive voice and yung tenses, and with regards to the terms, try to look for more appropriate words para po sa iyong
Thank you,
pagsusulat.
Doc. It will really help me, no? By the time I present this for a division-wide study, it will really help. I will really take that considerations, Doctor. Thank you so much po, sobra.
At para sa iyo, Doc, doubts set in fear, thus reluctance ushers in regrets, pain in eternity.
Wow.
So, my song. is without you. And ba't ganon? Kahit 1,000,000 mong sabihin na mahal mo ko, ang minsan ako'y iyong niloko, di ko na kayang maniwala pa na ikaw ay nagsasabi ng totoo. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you, Dr. Klima.
Thank you po, Dr. Jumar. Thank you, Sir Simon, again. Salamat.
Thank you, Sir Julmar, also. So next we have Sir Aaron de la Cruz. Sir Aaron, are you with us?
Yes po. Good afternoon po sa lahat. So I'll be presenting my slide
You
po.
want to do it live?
I'm gonna do it live, sir.
Okay. Okay. We can now see your slides. It's loading.
Okay po. So
Okay.
pleasant afternoon to everybody. Yours truly is Aaron de la Cruz, a graduate of Masters in Educational Management at PUP Open University last 2019. Okay. My paper is entitled Professional Development of Senior High School Teachers, Inputs to Program Enhancement. Okay. As an introduction, the global trends in education, the Asian integration, the K-12 reform, and the challenging characters of 21st century learners, the product of the Education Summit addressing teachers' professional development issues, supporting quality teachers, and the PPST, or the Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers, and no less than the fundamental law of the land, section the Constitution of 1987, Section 5, Paragraph 4 states that the state shall enhance the right of teachers to professional advancement. And also the Code of Ethics for Professional Teachers, the preamble stated that teachers are duly licensed professionals who possesses dignity, reputation with high moral values, as well as, I'm highlighting this one, technical and professional competence in the practice of their chosen noble profession, and they strictly adhere and observe it. Okay. So my study was conducted in my division, in our division, City of San Jose del Monte, with this problem, findings and conclusion. Number one, what is the profile of respondent teacher when they are grouped according to track strand, years in service, and designation? So all in all, I have 140 respondents, and they came from different tracks and strand that were offered by our division, from academic, tech book, sports, and sports. Okay, and the 45% or 45 or 32.14% of the respondents are more than 10 years of service. Teachers 1 to 3 position comprise majority of the respondents with 87.87%. Conclusion: majority of the teacher respondents are more than 10 years in service. Teachers have been attending seminars and training programs provided by the school, such as School Learning Action Cell, sa iba po ay LAC o Learning Action Cell, and in-service training o INSET for teachers, which are conducted annually, division-wide, national, and regional and national training programs. Okay, problem 2. What is the level of compliance of the teacher respondents on the professional development competencies in terms of school-based, division-wide, regional level, national level? Findings. Okay, the school-based and the regional level teachers were compliant, and on the national level and other trainings, compliance is sometimes with a grand mean of 2.71, while on the other trainings, much need with a mean of 3.95. Conclusion: majority of the teacher respondents are teachers 1, 2, and 3. In the new result-based performance management system, or RPMS, teachers 1 to 3 are classified as proficient teachers. In such level, the development need to apply a range of teaching strategies to develop critical, creative thinking as well as higher order thinking skills. Objective 3, key results area number 1, is needed by applying new learning form, attending courses, seminars, workshop, learning action cell, e-learning programs as part of the action plan recommended developmental intervention. As recommendation, compliance on professional competencies, regional and national levels, should not be limited in terms of position. Other considerations should be given and open to all teachers regardless of position. A strategic planning of professional development for teachers and closer monitoring and evaluation must be considered. Okay. Kaya na mag-next. Dali lang po. Problem 3, is there any significant differences on the level of compliance of the teacher respondents in terms of the following? 3.1, track and strand. 3.2, years in service. 3.3, designation. Findings. Professional development competencies in school has an F value of 0.313 at 0.960. Division-wide has an F value of 0.906 at a p-value of 514. Regional level with F value of 0.728 at the p-value of 0.6666 rather, and the national level with F value of 0.754, the p-value of 0.644. Conclusion: there is no significant difference on professional development competencies based on respondents' track, strand, and years in service. Teachers have been attending regularly the professional development programs in both school-based and division-wide level in line with subject track, strand they are teaching regardless of their years in service. Recommendation: it is recommended that the teacher education institution provide pre-service training to teachers in terms of informational technology and research. Okay. Is there significant differences on the level of compliance of teacher respondent in terms of the following? So in terms of, this one is terms of years in service. Conclusion: there is significant differences on the regional and the national level professional development competencies in reference to teachers' position. Teachers are seldom sent to regional and national level professional development competencies because they were normally intended for higher positions, such as master teachers and head teachers, as assigned and directed by Department of Education. Recommendation: a clearer teacher and student-friendly policy on guidelines to intensify professional growth and development of teachers and personnel in DepEd City of San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, with regards with postgraduate degrees. It is recommended that teachers, the teacher education institution provide pre-service training to teachers in terms of informal technology and research. And for my last slide, for this problem, findings, conclusion, and recommendation. Designation. Conclusion. Other training like career guidance, financial literacy, summit, trends in information and communication technology, national conferences, research, and personality development are very much needed as perceived by the teacher respondents. As an input, enhancing school-based professional development efforts could be done by coordinating with concerned teachers and conducting training needs survey analysis concerning research endeavors of senior high school teachers. As a recommendation, a clear teacher and student-friendly policy for guidelines to intensify professional growth and development of teachers and personnel in the DepEd City of San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, with regards to postgraduate degrees. For future researchers, this can serve as a potent related study and can be deepened with a wider scope and number of respondents. It is recommended that teacher education institution provide pre-service training to teachers in terms of informational technology and research. And I want to end my stuck with this saying from McKinsey 2007. The quality of an educational system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. I do believe that it is rational to, or it is important to invest on risk skilling and retooling of teachers, especially nowadays because of the pandemic. If we want quality education, we must not put our budget on modules, books, and etc. The best investment is our teachers. Thank you and good afternoon po.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Aaron.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Sir Aaron.
Yes po.
I'll be quite frank. Can you just repeat to me the title of your study?
Professional Development of Senior High School Teachers and Input to Program Enhancement. Sir, I have an active action plan here, but I also got restricted by the number of slides to be submitted. Can I share it with you, sir? The one of my action plan,
Yes,
if you wish.
Just copy furnish the secretariat of the action plan, and then the secretariat will just forward it to me so that I can read the contents of your action plan. What I'm particular with is yung this is school based.
Yes, sir.
So kindly mention your local. So if it's the Blank Science High School, please mention it, because my perception is it covers the whole province of Bulacan. Or is it just a district level, on a district level, or kindly identify the research local. And then also immediately put in the abstract the main points of your action plan, the things that you want to accomplish, the things that you are planning to be materialized. Okay? And apologies, I don't have any hugot or preparation for you, but rest assured that your research is duly noted, and I'll give due consideration with regards to all the difficulties and the restraints.
Okay po. Thank you po, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sir Aaron. Next, Sir Aaron, please furnish us with the study or the paper that Dr. Julmar is asking, so we can forward it to him and so that he can see it. Okay?
Okay po. Okay po. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, the action plan itself, not the whole paper?
You have sent us the whole paper, right?
Yes, sir. It's already there.
Yes. The action plan na lang po.
Okay, thank you po.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Sir Jaybert Saron. Sir Jaybert, I believe you're already with us.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes po. Do you want us to play your video or do you want it live?
Yes, sir. Will you please play my video?
Okay.
Good day, everyone. We are here to present to you our research entitled Readiness of Renal Supplementers in the Enhanced All Senior High School Mathematics Curriculum, proposed in seminar workshop. I am Mr. Jaybert R. Saron with my co-authors, Hyacinth C. Saron and Ma'am Risaidi A. Salayo. For our introduction, we have IIRC2020 about the globalization and internalization of education, the Republic Act 9155 and Executive Order 356, which tackled about the non-formal education delivery, the Vote 2009 about the implementation of ALS made education more accessible, the Habitan 2015 presentation, which tells that DepEd Quezon ranked in the bottom spot among the 19 division of Region 4A. The DepEd Quezon CID Report 2015, the status or report of the ANE enrollment test takers passers from the calendar year 2011 to 2014. The Sharma 2011, which says that the readiness includes all the preparatory adjustment, LIS ALS 2020 generated report, and our objectives is to assess the readiness of all implementers in Real Infanta and General Nakar District 1 and 2 to the enhanced senior high school mathematics curriculum for the school year 2019-2020, and to propose a seminar workshop based from the result of the study. For our methodology, the researchers used the mixed method of research complemented by triangulation method, survey questionnaire, interview, and competency-based assessment to 25 pulse implementers of Real, Infanta, and General Nakar District 1 and 2. The data and information were obtained from the responses of 3 district ALS coordinators, 5 mobile teachers, 7 secondary ALS coordinators, 4 indigenous people education teacher, and 6 instructional managers. The researcher used the researcher-made questionnaire and validated competency-based assessment. The data gathered from the survey questionnaire was analyzed through the use of the following statistical procedures: percentage, weighted mean, mean percentage score. For the results in discussion, the demographic profile of the RENA ALS implementers are identified. Most of them are female, 72% in the age group of 21 to 30, and 51 to 60, 32%. Locally funded teacher, 36%. Secondary ALS coordinator, 28%. Bachelors of Secondary Education and Bachelor of Secondary Education, 48%. Generalist, 36%. Has 0 to 5 years teaching experience in ALS, 48%. And bachelor's degree holder. The average weighted mean of ALS implementers on the readiness to the topics for all senior high school math curriculum of ALS RENA implementers is 2.53, which is interpreted to us a great extent of readiness. The average MPS standard of achievement or level of readiness of ALS implementers on the senior high school mathematics curriculum is 64.91, which is interpreted as average near mastery and moderately ready for the implementation. There are 5 identified least mastered learning competencies of RENA ALS implementers in the enhanced ALS senior high school mathematics curriculum with a range of 24 to 32% correct, which were interpreted to as low mastery competency. There are 6 clustered topics based on the performance standard C to F of the enhanced ALS senior high school mathematics curriculum to be facilitated by 5 resource speakers and to be conducted in 3 days. The proposed seminar workshop will be conducted by the researchers in partnership with DepEd, Southern Luzon State University, and Northern Quezon College as part of an extension program. For the conclusions and recommendations, the standard of achievement level of readiness of RENA ALS implementers to all senior high school is moderately ready for the implementation. So, ALS implementers still need training, seminar, or workshop which focus on the content of all senior high school mathematics curriculum. Training designed for the seminar workshop was conceptualized as output of the study to master the least mastered competencies and to increase the readiness or standard of achievement or MPS of the RENA ALS implementers on the 6 clustered topic for enhanced ALS senior high school mathematics curriculum. In light of the findings and the conclusions, the following hereby recommended. DepEd may consider secondary teachers to be designated or hired as mobile teachers, district ALS coordinator, and instructional managers. ALS implementers may update themselves professionally, particularly their educational qualification, and upgrade their position. ALS implementers are advised to attend seminars and pieces of training relative to the content of senior high school curriculum, particularly the English, science, and math. And future researchers may conduct a study about the readiness of ALS implementers in other senior high school subjects, tracks, or offerings. For all my references, thank you and good day, everyone.
A wonderful day to every one of us. I am Lani M. Iglesia from Polytechnic University.
Thank you, Sir Gilbert. Sir Julmar.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Saron, and the rest of your research team. Your title is a little bit too lengthy. Kindly trim it down.
Yes, sir.
Try to limit the words, and then try to look for the guideline regarding how to construct a title, which may highlight not showing abbreviations.
Yes, sir. Noted.
And then in your introduction, you've mentioned the demands of globalization by implementing changes within the Philippine education system. But you didn't mention anything about the Millennium Development Goals and how it is relevant to the thrust of the DepEd. Okay, so might as well mention something about the MDGs. And then what else? Kindly avoid unnecessary discussions in your paper, and then you can condense some of the tables. And what else is there? Yeah, there are some paragraphs that need to be reworded, rephrased, and be direct to the point. So try to check so that which ones need to be changed and revised, to us to avoid being too lengthy and wordy.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So for my thoughts on your work, okay, let the past guide us to the present in preparation to face the future. And for your song is Vision of Love. And my thoughts, ang taong nagmamahal ng tunay ay parang estudyante na kumukuha ng exam. Hindi siya titingin sa iba kahit nahihirapan na. So, thank you very much, Mr. Saron, and to the rest of your team.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sir Gilbert and Sir Julmar. So, what tumingin sa iba? Okay. So, next we have Dr. Abgel Alamonan and Dr. Siname Omighod. Ma'am Sheena, Dr. Lalamonan. Sir Pipito, I think you're with Dr. Lalamonan, right? I think you're on mute. You can unmute yourself. Okay.
Okay na po, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
This is Abchel Lamunan, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Under the account of Sir Rizalde Pipito.
Okay, yeah, I understood that you had a technical difficulty earlier.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you will now present, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see your slide.
Sige. You can already see my slide, sir.
Not yet. Let's wait for it. I think it's still loading. Okay, it's already loading on our end, but we see a screen or the same screen that we're having. So please open your PowerPoint.
Power, PowerPoint link.
Okay,
Ah,
I think
pro-
we see your PowerPoint. Okay, your 10 minutes
okay.
begins now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abjel Lumadala Lamunan from Bayuan National High School Senior High School Department, and my co-researcher is Dr. Shenamiti Coming Hod. So the research topic that we have is the qualitative impact assessment of the cash conditional transfer program in the Central Philippine community. Assessment of the development programs like Cash Conditional Transfer Program or the CCTP are the major undertakings of the development agency. In consideration of these undertakings, socioeconomic variables were used as the gauge of this project's relevance to its contribution to the community development. Improvement of the life measured in terms of before and after intervention became the main became the main tangibles of the program's efficiency. In assessment of development programs and projects, either the program evidence-based approach or the people-centric approach. The specific aim of the study is to look into the BORPIS beneficiaries' compliance on the stipulation of the program and evaluation of the activities by the beneficiaries. The analysis of the BORPIS beneficiaries narratives is implemented with the use of ALTAS-T, a qualitative data analysis software. Through this software, the narratives were coded, memoed, and through these codes and memos, themes were generated. The methodology used of this study is guided by the theory that people's narrative bridge the program objectives and their narratives contain themes describing both ends. These themes reflects people's perception and attitude on anything that matters on them. From the objectives, activities flow, and other end of the continuum was the impact of the program. Data collection was done through the in-depth interview utilizing the lived experiences approach. The transcript used in this study were those of the CCTP beneficiaries as cooperator informants using the criteria as follows: uniqueness of responses, specificity, and fallibility of the testimonials. So in the table one, I use the hyperlink so that everybody can. So um, I will show it to you the figure because there's a technical problem of the hyperlink. So in the figure one, the compliance and non-compliance network of the CCTP activities, the compliance and non-compliance. So the programs were the health and nutrition concern, the appropriate activity, nutrition improvement, free medical activities, and vaccination given. In the education is the education concern, home visitation for the frequent absences. For the non-compliance, of course, the livelihood, academic concern, the social economic development concern. For that's the figure one. And for the figure two, the relevant and not relevant network of the cash conditional activities, or what we call the appropriate activity of the programs for the food provision to the children. The non-relevant is the alternative livelihood, needs time of money, the conflict of schedule, community service, that's not a priority. So as you can see, this the how the activities of the purpose will deliver in the urban rural community. For the discussion, some activities of the program were not complied. Reason for non-compliance revolved within the economic themes such as lack of financial resources, merged income, household income, augmentation, and search for additional income. The narration accompanying these themes exhibit experimental consideration as they indicate people's survival-seeking behavior, or the SSB. Cooperator informant in their SSB, or survival-seeking behavior, children's labor and services were utilized to augment the family income. For the findings, there is an improvement in all health parameters of the respondents, and such health status belongs to the normal category. Consumption pattern of the beneficiaries have three categories: the basic food, the prestige-related food, and the ceremonial-related food. On the household income, 50 to 65% of the beneficiaries have a maximum monthly income of 4,000, while the remaining has the maximum of 7,000. The beneficiaries are able to comply with the objectives of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or the PURPIS, and the beneficiaries rate the intervention activities of the program as having the high impact. For the recommendations and the conclusions, continuous monitoring of the health of the pupils, to augment the household income, the PURPIS beneficiaries' skills and livelihood training for the intended clientele may be conducted. Nutritional intake of the program beneficiaries need evaluation so that appropriate action can be planned. Close monitoring and evaluation on the implementation of the objectives of the program may be given the priority. And all of this, from this discussion, it could be deduced that the beneficiaries adopted an eclectic mode of participation, which funded in the income-seeking behavior. So that's the references of my study. Then thank you so much. But if given a chance to present my table 1, 2, 3 in the hyperlink, if I have time, so I can present.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Abgel. Sir Julmar.
Yes, hello. Magandang hapon, Doc.
Yes, magandang hapon po.
Since you have already mentioned the qualitative aspect of research, may I suggest that you identify which type of qualitative method or approach you are going to use. Most likely, since I already saw some parts of your work like thematic diagrams and narratives, it may fall under the phenomenological approach or the ethnographic approach. So kindly particularize it, kindly specify it as either phenomenological or ethnographic. But since this is concerning a specific population and you already interviewed and you have already a personal connection with them, it's good if it's going to be an ethnographic approach. So kindly immediately put that in your title so that it will be very clear for the readers.
Okay, yes po.
And then my thoughts on your work is, okay, here it is. The best way to not feel hopeless is to get up and do something. And my song for you, sir, and your team is Forever. And my hugot line is, wag mong lagyan ng yelo ang soft drink ko, baka lumamig. Ayaw ko nang mapagaya ang iinumin ko na kasing lamig mo. So, thank you very much, sir.
Okay,
And
salamat
good luck
po.
to your endeavor.
Thank you so much, Sir Abgel. Next, we have Sir Rizaldi Pipito with his title, Child-Friendly School System of the School Performance on the School Performance CFSS Program Model. Sir Rizaldi, I believe you're sharing a device with Sir Abgel. Okay, Sir Rizaldi, you're using Sir Stanley's account, right? Sir Rizaldi? Okay, we're now seeing your screen. Sir Rizaldi, are you
Good
with us?
afternoon.
Okay, go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I don't have the for a while. So na- for a while po.
Sige po, sige po. Go ahead.
Okay po. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the consideration. Thank you, Saldi Pipito, still from Ban City Division. My study is child-friendly school system on school performance, child-friendly school system program model. This study was anchored on the sociocultural theory of Vygotsky. For the introduction, many look at public school as a place for one learning activities and have a say in what one needs and what one wants to learn. Many of us believe that learning should follow a procedure as what we experience during our time. We never accept suggestions and ways and activities by which one could learn more effectively. Rights and enjoyment perhaps often left out. These rights, according to the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund or UNICEF in 1999, encompass the right to be healthy, to be given a chance for play and leisure, to be protected from harm and abuse, to raise their and decision making according to their activities. These rights for children should not only be experienced by few children around the world. The Department of Education National Memorandum 73 series of 2006 was issued to launch the child-friendly school system in both elementary and secondary level. Children. It also ensures a welcoming environment in school, in the household, as well as in the community. The students, educators, parents, and the community should work together in supporting the education and progress, as well as putting towards the concept that the school has to take responsibility in educating a child who is not enrolled. In 2008, Bayang City friendly school system. It aspires and encourages the children to join activities in school as in the community. Health and well-being, guarantees safe and protective spaces for children, encourages enrollment and completion, ensures child's high academic performance and success, raises teachers' morale and motivation, and mobilizes community support for education. Bayawang City Division is an agricultural area where 80% of the parents are practically earning their livelihood from farming-related activities, which in turn have children to assist in the farming task. The end goal is helping the family who struggle to make both ends meet. Moreover, this has been the major cause of the low academic performance of 30% of the pupils in schools, whose residence is situated near sugarcane or 21,000 in the elementary schools where barely 25% aspires and continue to study in the secondary schools, and about 10% struggled to pursue college studies. The researcher therefore was interested in conducting a study to assist the child-friendly school implementation in the secondary school of Bayawan City. Specifically, the study sought to answer the following questions. What is the school performance in terms of participation rate, cohorts survival rate, repetition rate, and completion rate? What is the level of implementation of the child-friendly school system in Bayawan City school and community, safe and protective spaces for students, enrollment and completion, academic achievement and success, teachers' morale and motivation, and community support. Is there a significant relationship between the level of implementation of a child-friendly school system and the school performance in Bayawan City Division? What are the realities encountered by the schools, teachers, and parents? And based on the findings of the study, what CFSS program model can be designed? For the methodology, this research utilized descriptive correlational design. It identified and described the behavior of the participant. The tool used was a standardized questionnaire from the child-friendly school system. With the use of the person correlation coefficient, the computation was done to identify the significant relationship between school performance and the level of implementation. For the school performance, the facts were taken from the school performance indicator. And for the realities encountered, it was an interview with the parents, teachers, and school heads with the School Heads School Monitoring Evaluation and Assessment, or SMEA. This would generate information the challenges encountered. The realities were ranked according to the number of participants who had experienced the same problem. The participants of this study were the 26 secondary schools in the division Bayawan City. Therefore, there are 43 secondary faculty members with plantilla and 11,617 secondary students. The researcher used 10 participants from each secondary schools for a total of 260. It includes the principal or the teacher in charge, 4 from the faculty, and some who are serving in the school since the implementation of the child-friendly school system, and 5 from the students who are officially enrolled in grade 9 and 10 who are involved in school-related organization. For the results and discussion, for the school performance of the child-friendly school system in terms of participation rate, survival rate, and completion rate have an average of 90% above, which means that the school performance and the implementation of the child-friendly school is outstanding. Satellite schools found near the city and those who are close to each other, just a few distance have the highest average in the participation rate, which means that the distance from the school affects the performance of the students. UNICEF in 2014 was also reporting this, that a child-friendly school initiative including setting of multi-grade community schools that make education viable in sparsely populated rural areas and creating satellite schools that make it possible for children to get an education close to home until they are old enough to transfer to regular schools farther away. On the other hand, the average retention rate and repetition rate were almost the same. The low retention rate and repetition rate, aside from the implementation of the child-friendly school program, were also an effect of other programs in the Department of Education, which is Education for All. A child should be and their grades should have transmuted equivalent higher than their row scores or repeat due to the lack of interest towards studies as a result of dropping out is being observed, especially in the hinterland schools where planting and harvesting of sugar canes are their means of livelihood. They will be absent during planting season and harvesting season that will lead to their lack of interest towards schools. This was evident on the realities encountered by the parents. On the level of implementation of the child-friendly school system, the 7 indicators used in the study get an average of 3.88 with a descriptive equivalent of well implemented. It also shows that all indicators have a descriptive equivalent of well implemented, which means that the division closely monitors all schools if they have implemented the program. The school also do their best in implementing the program for the benefit of the students. However, there are still indicators that will be given more action, such as community support and children's health and well-being, who has the lowest mean average of all the indicators since the division do not have dentists due to the lower salary grade compared to private practice. For the correlation between the CFSS and the school performance, the table shows that the p-value in the implementation of the child-friendly school system in terms of child participation in school and community, child's health and well-being, safe and protective spaces for children, enrollment and completion, academic achievement and success, teachers' morale and motivation versus performance are lower than 0.05. Therefore, the null hypothesis is rejected. This implies that there is a significant relationship between these factors, meaning the level of performance of the child-friendly school system affects the school performance in the 26 secondary schools in Bayawan City Division.
The realities encountered by the principal, teachers, and parents, the physical environments such as school buildings, students' low performance in grade 7, and lack of textbooks. The attitude of teachers towards work, specifically on lesson plans and teachers' load and promotions, are their challenges. Students' behavior towards studies such as absenteeism, tardiness, and the use of gadgets are the matters to be considered for the teacher. Parents also express their problems with students, especially those who lack parental care. In addition, distance from school and financial problem which will lead the students to help their parents in farming and fishing. For the findings, generally, the implementation of the child-friendly school system of Bayawan City Division is successful in all 26 secondary schools. The school performance and on the implementation of child-friendly school system is outstanding. The level of implementation of the child-friendly school system in Bayawan City Division, the 7 indicators are well implemented. There is a significant relationship between the level of implementation in terms of students' participation in school and community, students' health and well-being, safe and protected spaces for students, enrollment and completion, academic achievement and success, teachers' morale and motivation and community support, and the school performance in terms of retention, participation rate, survival rate, and completion rate. The stakeholders have realized the importance of school facilities, interest, and attendance of students, complete family, and the wisest of gadgets in the implementation of a child-friendly school system. And for the recommendation to sustain the development of the implementation, the division may conduct an annual dental checkup for the students to cater students' dental needs. There must be 1:1 ratio of textbook per students to increase the capacity of learning among students. Mathur in 2018 explained that for the learners, the textbook is one of the most important source of contact they have for the language. It is a framework or guide to help them to organize their learning. The division should have a list of students enrolled and not enrolled in the current year as to make some intervention and program for those who are not enrolled in formal education. Design a child-friendly school system model focusing on the least implemented areas such as literacy program for illiterate parents, campaign to encourage parents to enroll their children, advanced professional training for teachers, and cyber safety primer. Thank you very much and keep safe, everyone.
Thank you, Sir Rizal de Pipito. Sir Zulmar?
Yes, hello, magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon, sir.
My main concern here po is, aren't all schools should be child-friendly in the first place?
Yes, sir.
So ano pong difference nitong child-friendly system with the regular educational system?
It is just the same, sir. The educational system should have a child-friendly school program, the same with the WASH program. They have the education for all these. These are the programs of the Department of Education.
Pwede po kayang mag-highlight kayo ng ilan variables na pwedeng makapag-stand out ng child-friendly system para maging kakaiba siya in comparison to the regular educational system, para dun pa lang sa title medyo maliwanag po na okay, this is different from what makes it different from the regular system po na meron tayo sa education natin. And another one po is so this is child friendly, so this is the elementary level. Kasama po ba rito ang secondary?
Yes po.
So may ano pong research local dito?
Secondary school, 26 secondary schools of Bayawan City Division po.
Specify po sa title pa lang para at least alam namin kung ano yung area na covered po ng inyong research. Kasi pag ganun pong binasa ko, automatic buong Pilipinas po ang aking idea, perception. Kaya medyo limited pala siya sa inyong territory laang po pala.
Yes po, noted po. Thank you po.
Ito po ang aking i-share sa inyo. Saglit po, ha. So for you po, youth comes but once in a lifetime. And
correct.
My song is Thank God I Found You. Akala ko sapat na. Tingin ko sobra pa. Pero para sa iyo pala, kulang pa. At naghahanap ka pa din ng magmamahal ng iba. Thank you very much po and good luck to your endeavor.
Thank Thank you, Sir Rizaldi. Thank you, Sir Julmar. So next we have Ma'am Emily Tabordan. Ma'am Emily, are you with us? Ma'am Emily, I think Ma'am Emily is not yet with us. So,
Yes,
oh, Ma'am Emily, you're there.
good afternoon po.
Okay, so do you want it live or should I play your presentation?
Sir, play my
Okay.
presentations. Thank you po.
I am Emily A. Tabordan, graduate from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Open University System, Onisan Learning Center. I am here to present to you my study on instructional leadership practices of school heads in improving the teaching learning processes in the Division of Quezon Basis for Enhancement Program. In the quest for excellence in education, the term instructional leader clearly describes the primary role of the school head. It will take more than a school head with concrete ideas to achieve this quest. The school head must lead toward educational achievement, must be a person who makes instructional quality the top priority of the school, and must be able to bring the vision of realization. In an effort to unearth the present situation of the teaching learning processes of the Division of Quezon, this research was conducted to investigate the instructional leadership practices of the school heads in improving the teaching learning processes. The school heads in the 1st Congressional District in the Division of Quezon were taken as the respondents of the study. The study was undertaken to investigate the instructional leadership practices of the school heads in improving the teaching learning processes in the Division of Quezon. Specifically, this paper aims to answer the following questions. What is the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, length of service, position, highest educational attainment? What are the instructional leadership practices of school heads in improving the teaching learning processes? What are the problems encountered by the school heads as instructional leader? What is the level of acceptability of the proposed enhancement program? For the methods used in the study is basically quantitative in nature as it utilized descriptive survey research design to explain the present phenomena the study has set to investigate. The descriptive method was used to show important aspects in the instructional practices of the school heads in improving the teaching learning processes. Respondents of the study are 195 school heads of the 1st Congressional District in the Division of Quezon. Complete enumeration sampling design was used. A researcher-devised research instrument was used in gathering the data. Standard statistical tool was used in interpreting and analyzing the data such as percentage and weighted arithmetic means. For the results of this study, most of the respondents were in the age range of 41 to 50 years old. Female, have in the service for 21 to 30 years. Teachers in charge and earned master's degree. The mean of the instructional leadership practices of school heads in improving the teaching learning processes. The general weighted mean was 4.83 with a verbal interpretation of strongly agree. This implied that the respondents strongly agree on the instructional leadership practices of school heads in improving the teaching learning processes. The weighted means of the problems encountered by the school heads as instructional leader, the general weighted mean was 2.75 with a verbal interpretation of neither agree nor disagree. And for the level of acceptability of the enhancement program design, based from the finding of the study, The general weighted mean of 4.34 indicates that the program is acceptable for the target respondents. The school head involves himself in managing the curriculum, paying attention to the teacher's daily lesson plans, and making teachers' evaluation a priority. This implied that the school heads are involved in the schools, assess the lesson plan, and make evaluation when necessary. These findings are supported by the study conducted by FILE 2017, which stated that the instructional leadership function of the school heads brings the school head who is deeply engaged in curricular and instructional concern. Problems encountered by the school head as instructional leader were improving pupils' academic achievement as a major problem, spending so much energy on building relationship with pupils, teachers, and staff, difficulty in managing learners' attendance as a major concern, faced with a critical task of teaching a curriculum that is a comprehensive and more compassing, and challenge in the process of innovation which requires both financial and training support of the schools. These findings are supported by the study conducted by Shuram 2018, which stated that the school heads encountered problems each day towards improving pupil achievements in the schools. Every school heads encounters some of the biggest frustration to control pupils' behavior, hiring teachers and staff, promote personalized learning, and improve teaching effectiveness, pupils' retention, parental support, and more. It could be probably interpreted that they perceive themselves as stronger. To address the challenges, problems faced by the school heads, interventions, programs, remediation, staff trainings, and Slack sessions are conducted to address this gap. And for the enhancement program design, based from the findings of the study, is generally acceptable. And these are the references of this study. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Emily Tabordan.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, hello, magandang hapon po, Mr. Bordan.
Magandang hapon po, sir.
Let's go first to your title. Again,
Yes, sir.
kindly trim it down. It's too lengthy.
Apo,
Pangalawa,
sir.
you've mentioned division of Quezon, where in
Yes,
fact
sir.
you only concentrated on the first district of the province.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
kindly reword your title because it should be in the first district of Quezon and not the whole
Yes, sir.
division of Quezon. Okay. Another one is you've mentioned digital natives. Do you know where
Yes,
you
sir.
got the term?
Sir, I have here, sir, I do not put the where I can get that word.
Where
That
you should.
term.
You should
Yes,
give
sir.
credit to
Yes, sir.
whoever coined the term digital native because it is
Yes,
a
sir.
very technical term. So kindly give
Yes,
credit
sir.
to Mr. Presky. And what is a digital native?
This
Diba?
yes, sir.
Dapat naka-indicate siya dun sa sa paper mo. Hindi lang nag-mention ka ng digital native without any discussion on that. And then is instructional leadership really for school heads?
Yes, sir. For school head, sir.
From what reference po?
Sir, because, sir,
is it just your
no,
sige,
it's
interpretation? Is it your interpretation or
Yes,
did
sir.
you come up with did you find any reference pertaining to instructional leadership for secondary school heads?
No, sir. It's only for elementary
Yeah.
school heads.
Ang question ko po is, did you come across a reference mentioning instructional leadership particularly for school heads?
No, sir.
Ayun. Kasi if you will look at instructional leadership, this applies to principals.
Yes,
and
sir.
not
Yes, sir.
school heads. So it's an interpretation from you. So kindly do not use instructional leadership for school heads. Kaya i-reword mo ng buo yung title so that applicable yung gusto mong ipunto para sa school heads. Kasi if you're going to use instructional leadership, that alone pertains to principals. Dun sa nabasa ko. Kung meron kaya natanong kita kung if you have your own reference or if you've come across any reference na ganun yung paliwanag, mas mabuti. Okay? Pero for me, sa nabasa ko, it's for principals only. Okay? So, another one is improve your techniques using your questions, yung statement of the problems, and then qualitative is better kaysa quantitative. Kasi you've mentioned phenomena, you've mentioned this and that, hindi siya quantitative. Dapat ang approach mo is quali.
Yes.
And yun, try to reword, rephrase some of your paragraphs, condense para mas maigsi, mas direct, mas concise. Okay. Ito po ang aking thoughts on your work, Ms. Tabordan. Cooperation begets collective action. And my song for you is Without You, and hugot line is, may mga taong talagang di para sa isa't isa. Ang masakit, pinagtagpo pa sila. So, good afternoon, Ms. Tabordan, and good luck.
Thank you, sir, for your recommendation, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. So, thank you so much, Ms. Tabordan. After Ms. Tabordan, we have Sir J. Moises Amon. Sir J, are you with us? Sir J?
Hi, sir. Magandang hapon.
Okay, do you want me to play your video or would you want to do it live?
I will do it live, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Please share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we now see
You have noticed, sir? Meron na po?
we see the screen, but it's not yet on full screen.
Okay, sir. Wait for a while, sir.
Okay.
How about this, sir? Okay na po?
Okay, I think that would do. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon po to the panel and to my co-presenters. To start with my presentation for this, I want to share a story wherein I became the youngest school head here in the division of Aurora, on which I need to ride in about 3 to 5 hours and I need to walk in order to be in my school. This journey that I experienced is a reason why I came up with my research entitled Accountability and Continuous Improvement Practices of Public Secondary School Principals in Region 3. I am J. Moises Amon from Aurora State College of Technology, Baler, Aurora Province. So this is a story wherein I need to ride in a boat with the indigenous people because the community is a Dumaga tribe wherein I really love the community. And I need to walk in this cable in order to be in my school. And the school that I have with a very approachable Captain Michael. So this is the reason why this is steady, established, and I wrote this as an accountability and continuous improvement. From this, the basis of the study from the Department of Education has stepped up its efforts to decentralize education management, a strategy that is expected to improve the department operating efficiency and upgrade quality of education. It is from DepEd Order number 83, Series 2012, a child and community-centered education system success practices. The accountability and continuous improvement, it is a clear, transparent, inclusive, and responsive accountability system that is placed, collaboratively developed by the community, wherein The respondents of my study were 28 principals 3 and 4, 343 teachers, and 280 stakeholders from the whole Region 3, selected public secondary schools from Aurora, Nueva Ecija, Bulacan, Pampanga, Tarlac, Bataan, and Zambales, wherein I used descriptive method and descriptive statistics. Statement of the problem. Number 1. How may the profile variables of the principal respondents be described in terms of sex, age, civil status, highest educational attainment, years of administrative experience, and accountability and continuous improvement of trainings and seminars attended? Number 2. How may the accountability and continuous improvement practices of the school heads be described by the principals themselves, teachers, and stakeholder respondents? Number 3. Is there a significant relationship between the profile of the principals and accountability and continuous improvement practices? Number 4. What suggestion may be proposed to enhance or sustain the Level 3 advanced status of school based on the assessment? The result of the study. Number 1, from the statement number 1. Profile of principal respondents. Sex. Female principals were 19 and only 9 of them were male. Age. The group aged between 56 to 60 years was the largest group with 12 respondents. Civil status. Among the 28 respondents, 27 of the respondents were married while 1 was widowed. Highest educational attainment revealed that 17 of the principals were doctorate degree holders. Years of administrative experience. 10 principals were managing schools for 10 to 14 years. SBM training seminars attended. All of the principals, or 28, have undergone school heads development program foundation course, national competency-based standards for school heads. Number 2, from the statement of the problem, accountability and continuous improvement. Based on the assessment of the principals and stakeholders, the principals report the school performance to the community during activities and programs of the school, especially during graduation ceremony, as practiced at all times. Transparency of all the school resources through open communication leads to better management of the school. Number 3, relationship between profile of the principals and their practices. The results of correlation analysis between the profile of the principals and their school-based management practices show that age and accountability and continuous improvement have a significant value. It implies that profile variables of the principals do not affect the accountability and continuous improvement. It connotes that it is in leadership, skills, potentials, and experiences. And last, number 4, proposed sustainability plan of the accountability and continuous improvement practices. Through this plan, it will empower the school community in order to identify education priorities. It will allocate the school maintenance and operating budgets to those priorities, such as curriculum enrichment program. Last, enhancing transparency and accountability through the annual implementation plans and school report cards, wherein I submitted the whole proposed plan that I use in our school, used in the division of Aurora. And the superintendent, he is very happy because it is very significant that can contribute to the Department of Education here in Division of Aurora. And from that, the conclusions. Based on the findings of the study, the researcher arrived at the following conclusions. The principal of the respondents were mostly female, between 56 to 60 years old, married, completed doctorate, had been principal for 10 to 14 years, and all of them attended the School Heads Development Program, Foundation Course, National Competency-Based Standards for School Heads. Principals were always practicing the accountability and continuous improvement to the highest degree. Only the age among the profile variables were correlated. Then, generally, the other profile variables of the principals do not affect the accountability and continuous improvement practices. The recommendations. In view of the findings of the study and the conclusions drawn, the following recommendations are offered. For the principal, to ensure the accountability system to continuously enhance the management structures and mechanisms responsive to the emerging learning needs and demands of the community. For the stakeholders to actively participate in all school activities and to religiously attend all the PTA or the Parent-Teacher Association meetings to establish strong partnership and collaborate to ensure timely and need-based planning and resource planning to support continuous implementation of the education plan. From that, these were all my references. And to sum up my presentation, let us watch this movie clip.
The Department of Education has stepped up its efforts to decentralize education management, a strategy that is expected to improve departments' operating efficiency and upgrade quality education. The data revealed that principals ensure the accountability system to continuously enhance the management structures and mechanisms responsive to the emerging learning needs and demands of the community, most specifically in the public secondary schools in Region 3, with a clear, transparent, inclusive, responsive, and technology-based accountability system that was collaboratively developed by the school community, which monitors performance and acts appropriately. Our research entails accountability and continuous improvement practices of public secondary school principals in Region 3. I am J. Moises Amon, the proponent of this study.
And from that, to everyone, thank you very much. This is J.M. Amon. Welcome you to Region 3 here in Baler, Aurora. Let us keep the research burning. Thank you very much and good day everyone. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jay. Sir Julmar?
Yes, hello, magandang hapon, sir.
Hapon po.
Your title is on accountability and continuous improvement. Both variables are very, very vaguely stated, meaning I didn't quite get the clear and precise aspect of what accountability you are arriving at. And what do you really mean by continuous improvement? When I mean accountability, is it political, financial, or legal? When it's continuous improvement, mention, is it benchmarking, or what type of continuous improvement are you pointing at? Okay, so it should be put in the title at first instance. And then kindly avoid unnecessary words, kindly use appropriate words, kindly condense your work, and condense also the tables, the discussions also be rephrased and reworded so that it is direct and straight to the point. What else? Okay, so basically you have the idea of what you want to do with your paper, but you have just to improve with your writing skills.
Thank you very much. Yes.
And I now share with you these thoughts. Okay. For Sir Amon,
yes,
together as one we will prevail. When someone feels good and satisfied, he learns enthusiastically. And my song for you is Emotions. And with that, alam mo yung moments na parang ang saya-saya lang ng buhay. Pero minsan, na sobrang saya, natatakot ka. Baka may kapalit itong lungkot. With that, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much po. Sir Timon, can I add something for a while?
Yeah.
So gusto ko lang po kayong ang aking first book po ay Mass of Zero Positive, wherein ang book sale po ay i-donate namin sa hospital kasi first wave po ng COVID-19 dito sa Aurora. Bilhin niyo lang po ako para po ito sa COVID patient dito sa Aurora Province. Maraming salamat po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Jay. So next, do we have Maria Isabel Limen with us? Dr. Limen? Okay, I think she's not yet around. Let's check. Okay. How about Miss Maria Rosario de Guzman? Ma'am?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You can
Yes,
play.
so I'll be playing your video now.
Yes, sir. Good day to all. Speakers, organizers, panelists, participants, colleagues in the academy. Privileged to be part of this international integrated research conference. Our study is entitled Survival Sex, Perceptions and Prospects for Interventions, Ethic Approach. Researchers, Dr. Maria Lourdes Rosana E. de Guzman, Program Coordinator of the Philippine General Hospital Women's Desk and Professor of the Department of Psychiatry, University of the Philippines, College of Medicine. Yours truly, from the West Visayas State University, and Dr. Ricky Becodo, Chair, Development Communication Division, College of Communication, and Director of the University Extension and Development Center, West Visayas State University. The study was conducted in Iloilo City, Western Visayas, Philippines. Education comes as a very high price for the young girls who come from a disadvantaged background and who dream of uplifting the plight of their poor families. Hopefully, when they get to finish school, they will be able to support themselves, contribute to the daily expenses of their families, and even send a younger sibling to school. To be able to pay for their own education and daily allowance, some of these young girls have resorted to survival sex. Survival sex refers to a transactional relationship of participating in sexual acts in exchange for money, sex, drugs, food, shelter, or any other daily means of survival. It encompasses sex as a work as well as other forms of small-scale money making and in the informal sector such as selling homemade goods, brewing illicit beer or liquor, and petty trade and other crimes. Survival sex is about getting by in a world of poverty, prejudice, and disempowerment. As one woman put it, this is how we survive. The term is commonly used by the sex, trade, and poverty researchers and aid workers throughout the world. In the Philippines, survival sex is prostitution engaged by young women because of extreme poverty. It describes the practice of marginalized people, particularly young adolescents, trading sex not limited to basic needs, but to get easy money to pay for their daily allowance, for their educational needs, and even to comforts and luxury items that their own poor families will never be able to afford. These young women and adolescents are motivated to engage in survival sex when they have no other option, Given their economically disadvantaged position, they do not have viable alternative means of paying not only for their basic needs, but their educational needs and personal needs. Prevalence estimates of the proportion of runaway and homeless youths who engage in survival sex range from 10% to 50%, with variation in estimates due to the source of data, sampling strategies, age range of respondents, and profiles involved in survival sex. The issue of survival sex, engaging sex for material and financial support is a practice largely associated with young women experiencing homelessness. The reasons for homelessness of young people reveal that most of them have the primary conflict with their parents as the primary reason for their homelessness, which is related to dysfunctional families, sexual activity and abuse, pregnancy, sexual orientation, school problems, and peer pressure, alcohol, and drug use. Survival sex is also common in internally displaced people in armed conflict areas, in refugee camps, in Uganda, where it was reported in 2005 that the women and girls were engaging in survival sex with other camp residents, local defense personnel, and government soldiers in exchange of the protection and survival of their own families. Recently, it was uncovered that there was an increased number of students engaging in survival sex to pay for their educational needs given the high price or the high cost of tuition and other school fees. The influence of consumerism and the inculcation of a contraceptive mentality have also justified their desire to want to have more. That is a new gadget, beauty products, clothes, eating in fancy places. Since it is easy money with no obligation nor liability and responsibility, the students can have anything they may need and want. Based on random interviews of taxi drivers, they have acknowledged that they have been bringing quite a number of young girls, usually after school, even some of them wearing their school uniform and school IDs, to motels and lodging houses in Iloilo City, accompanied by a male consort. According to them, the students engage in survival sex with clients in exchange for money that they can use to pay the needed balance for their tuition fee or sometimes to satisfy their vanity or material needs. The incidence of survival sex becomes quite rampant, especially during midterms and final exams of the academic year. Students engaging in survival sex is a clear manifestation of a commercialized educational system in the Philippines. The main objective of the study is to determine the knowledge, attitudes, and perceptions of taxi drivers on young passengers who frequent motels within Iloilo City. Specifically, it aims to determine the knowledge and attitude of the taxi drivers in Iloilo City about survival sex and to assess their personal experiences and perceptions regarding the profile of passengers and their companions who were brought to motels, which age of their passengers, the frequency of the visits, the number of passengers brought to motels in 1 week, and lastly, determine the taxi driver's stand on the issue. The research design will make use of the ethic approach. The ethic approach realizes that the members of the culture often are too involved in what they are doing to interpret their cultures impartially. When using the approach, the researcher is the one who emphasizes what is considered important. An ethic account is a description of a behavior or belief by a social analyst or scientific observer in terms that can be applied across cultures. That is, an ethic account attempts to be culturally neutral, limiting any ethnocentric, political, and/or cultural bias or alienation by the observer. Methodology So the study design, this is a descriptive cross-sectional study which made use of survey questionnaires of key informant interview of taxi drivers regarding their knowledge about survival sex in the city. Basically, the research examined the phenomenon through an ethic lens, sample size, and computation. The participants were chosen through convenient sampling. A total of 95 taxi drivers gave their informed consent to respond to the survey questionnaire of survival sex among young women in Iloilo. An interview questionnaire was designed to gather the responses of taxi drivers. The primary investigator requested the help of junior students to gather such information from the taxi drivers. They were trained as to the objective of the research and the process of data collection. The research protocol is guided by the Data Privacy Act of 2012. The protocol informed consent and questionnaires were submitted to the National Ethics Review Committee for review and approval. The respondents were oriented on the research title, study objectives and significance of the research, and procedures including the study sites and sample size using the preferred vernacular. They were informed that their participation will be based only on their voluntary informed decision and that they can withdraw anytime without any prejudice on the health, services, and benefits they are receiving. They were also informed that all information which they provided during the interview will be kept confidential and that there will be identifying marks on the questionnaires. The informed consent form was also introduced to them for them to read and understand. If they consent to participate, they were asked to sign their approval in the informed consent form. A total of 95 response were interviewed. As to the socio-demographic profile of the respondents, all of them were males with an age range of 25 to 60 years old. As to the length of service, majority of the respondents were already experienced taxi drivers, with 47% of 45 respondents having below 5 years of work experience, while 53% of 50 respondents with above 5 years. Regarding the profile of the taxi drivers, experience in bringing passengers to lodging houses, motels within Iloilo City, 99% or 94 of the taxi drivers had brought young women passengers to motels within Iloilo City. Based on the taxi drivers' observation as to the profile of their passengers, young women and their companions who were brought to the lodging houses and motels, out of the 215 persons brought to the lodging houses and motels, 57% were college students, ages or below 23 years old, 21%, 25 to 40 years old, and 22 were 40 and above years old. The profile of the companions were 50% of the same age as the college students and 50 were noted to be older. It was observed that the most frequent passengers to the motels were college students wearing their school uniforms. Half of the number of the frequent companions of the students to the lodging houses or motels were also students. As to the frequency of visits and the number of passengers brought to motels in 1 week, out of the 87 frequent visits to the motels, the taxi drivers reported that they brought 67% of their passengers on a daily basis, from Mondays to Fridays, 18% on weekends, and 21% on holidays. After the survey questionnaires was done, the taxi drivers were asked regarding their stand on survival sex. Majority of the drivers recommended strong family ties, discipline at home, good upbringing, partnership with the local government unit so that they take action, and the creation of a city ordinance to protect young women. The findings from this study suggest that survival sex is being perceived as a lucrative economic strategy, luring young women in the study community, though the research does not involve primary data collection from the population at risk, but from key informant interviews of taxi drivers with direct contact with the victims of survival sex. Through survival sex, the young women are able to meet their subsistence and consumption needs, provide for their families, finish school, and maybe even enjoy the leisure of life. Despite these perceived benefits, the risk behavior was also shown to create opportunities for sexual abuse of the young women, put them at risk for sexually transmitted diseases because of unprotected sex, increase morbidity in women due to early or unwanted pregnancy, and increase the risk of cervical cancer given their involvement of having sex with multiple partners. This is a wake-up call for the protection of the rights of women and children with the RA 9262, Public Act Anti-Violence Against Women and Children, that will need the involvement of multiple stakeholders to address the public health concern. The study highlights the urgent need to develop an intensive and long-term service that provide alternatives to survival sex as a means of meeting economic needs. All stakeholders, government, family, school, should work together to address this concern. The issue had been raised to the local government officials to address the public health problem of violence against women and children. As a response, the local government created a city ordinance regulating the operation of lodging houses, pension houses, inns, motels, apartels, and other similar establishments in the city of Iloilo, and provide mechanisms, therefore, and other purposes to promote youth welfare. The ordinance was implemented so as to regulate the operation of the lodging houses and the like by not allowing the entry of 18-year-old and below. This will be affirmed by requesting an identification card from the client, and the ordinance also included the banning and proliferation of pornographic materials in the city like malls. There was a partnership with the Office of the Mayor, City of Iloilo, Task Force Moral Recovery, partnership with the Iloilo City Police, and partnership with the Department of Social Welfare and Development Women's Desk. Other recommendations include strengthening of family ties with government-supported campaigns among the youth. For example, through Love Waits Philippines, the provision of scholarship, student loans for jobs and livelihood opportunities for young people so as to be able to support themselves in their schooling and education. The need to create awareness through information campaigns and IEC materials on anti-violence against women and children and survival sex. Thank you very much. Let's all work together to protect our youth and strengthen family ties in our own family and that of the others.
Okay, thank you, Dr. De Guzman. Sir Zulmar?
Good afternoon.
Yes, hello, good afternoon po.
Yes.
Apo, I recognize your intention na upholding women's rights, child protection.
Yes,
Pero
sir.
ano po bang pinagkaiba ng survival sex sa prostitution and sex trafficking?
There are, sir, different aspects kasi of survival sex. Prostitution, human trafficking, perhaps it's a more global approach, no? Transactional or prostitution, transactional sex, for some, like in parts of Iloilo, it is legal because some of the sex workers, they also have identification card. But for survival sex, this is not official, quote unquote, and they really do it out of either to provide for their educational needs, like during midterms and final exams, or because they want, as what I mentioned in the slide, luxury items. So many times it goes beyond survival. Actually, I think it's more of it's not survival
Caprice
sex.
din
You can call it, yes, caprice or luxury sex,
Oo.
because they're not satisfied with what they have. So now I guess with the trend no is changing, and I would like to do further studies involving that, no, like the term survival sex now it can transcend to caprice sex or luxury sex.
Kasi ma'am, i-highlight nyo na lang po yun, yung differences po among the three terms. Kasi binanggit nyo dito na in the Philippines, survival sex is prostitution. So, linawin lang po natin yung distinction. Kaya na po na in-explain ninyo ngayon. And then another one is ethic approach. Isn't it a little bit more sufficient if it's going to be ethnographic or
perhaps, sir?
Oo, kasi binabanggit mo na rin lang po yung a limited population and merong direct contact na sinabi ko doon sa isang researcher po. Mas malamang po siguro ethnographic ang dapat na approach. And pasensya ma'am, bakit po kaya drivers lang ang inyong concentration?
So actually, it's just from my observation. I didn't really have the intention to do this study really. No, it's just because I would take it's just out of observation. I would just ask them, and eventually, being a teacher in communication, I just ask my students, no, why not? Just like a small research study, and then I was surprised with the results, no? And eventually, they asked me about it, and the media talked about it in Iloilo, and it became an ordinance. I mean, the task force started to contact me. So my next approach would be not only the taxi drivers, but really to get persons who have been involved, no, in this trade. Unless you would like to also give me, I'm very open to other suggestions because my next study would be the effectiveness of the ordinance. So
malamang po, that will be very much be more appropriate kasi yun po yung target nyo talaga, yung effectivity and the impact of the ordinance in relation to uplifting women and child's rights, blah, 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 blah. Opo. Kasi sa ang medyo nalilito po ako dun sa title, especially po at nalaman ko na inyong primary source ng information ay ang taxi drivers kasi pwede rin naman pong front desk o kaya po ay yung mga security guards o pwede rin po yung mga hotel or yung mga personnel po ng establishment. So marami pong pwede, hindi lang po yung mga drivers. And isa pa rin ma'am, hindi siya reliable. Ang mga taxi drivers, alam din naman po natin na mga kwentong barbero din po ang mga diskarte ng iba. Kaya yung pong reliability po ng ating data ay medyo dun po tayo magkakaroon ng problem. Kung talaga pong yung mismong mga persons involved, yun po ang mas maganda. Na at least meron kang first-hand information. Yes, ma'am. And ma'am, ayos na lang, hindi pa ayos, sorry. Pahanap na lang po na mas magandang term sa iyong sampling, wag po convenience sampling. Kung ano po talaga yung statistical method po natin ng data gathering po. Ano, ma'am? Okay. And then, yun ma'am, sa pang direct question, ma'am, have you met one of these children or these teenagers?
Going
engaged.
There, actually, there's DSW here, DSWD center, no. So
ayan ma'am, yan DSWD personnel, yan po ang mas reliable kasi sila po ay meron training para makuha po yung narratives. Sila po ang mas magandang resource focus person po nyo kaysa po sa mga taxi drivers.
Thank you very much.
In
the process, I'm just want to, sorry for the time, but I just want to, I learned a lot because I met the police involved in human trafficking.
Yan, kasama rin ma'am. Pwede rin po ang police yan.
Yeah, because I didn't know that they can really just go to any establishment if they see some young people being abused because they have the ID to get them under 18.
Yung ma'am, yung children and women's desk officer, sila po, mas credible po yan kasi sila, yung po yung ginagamit ng court na mga, na mga statements pagdating po sa ganang mga issues. Sige ma'am, sikala, i-share lang ma'am ako sa iyo pong work. So, sa iyo po.
So, I hope to go back next year. next year with
No
in the
problem,
same
ma'am.
IRC,
No
IIRC.
problem. And hope to see you soon, ma'am.
Yeah.
Opo. Glad to help po ano man po ang pwede, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much,
So,
sir.
adversity be faced by a few, but subdued by many. And my song for you, ma'am, is Anytime You Need a Friend. And hugot line is, pinulot ko ang milyong-milyong piraso ng aking sarili at bubuuin kong muli nang hindi ka kasama. Kahit ako'y nag-iisa, sapagkat ngayon alam ko na, bago ibigay ang sarili sa iba, mahalin ang sarili, dapat yan ang inuuna.
Ay, oh, thank you very much, sir. Very update. Can you please, can you please post it? How can I
Sige,
copy
ma'am.
that? So,
Sige, sasend ko po kay Sir Simon po yung yung
thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Maria Rosario Victoria de Guzman. Well, Doc, we have a lot of comments here about Dr. Julmar's good lines already. So some are already planning to compile it. Okay, so after Ma'am de Guzman, we have Sir Mark Anthony R. Dalipe. Sir Mark, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I'm here, sir.
Okay, can you please share your PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think you're sharing your entire screen now.
Ano to? Wait lang, sir.
Okay, back to school sale. Okay.
Wait lang, sir.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was the title of the research.
Oh.
Okay, I think this is the one. Literature cited.
Okay na po ba, sir?
Yeah, there. Okay, we now see it. Medyo, ayan,
Okay, sir.
ayan, there.
Nakita niyo na po, sir?
Yes po, yes po. Okay, your 10 minutes. You may begin. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Hello, good afternoon to our panelists and co-presenters. I am Mark Anthony de la Rosa Dalipe, a Master of Arts in Physical Education from Catanduanes State University, and I will present this afternoon the research entitled Fokim's Preservation of Katandungan's Identity. According to the Academic American Encyclopedia 2006, culture is considered as the beliefs, values, behavior, and material object shared by a particular people. It is expressed in everyday life with meaning, providing standards of success and reverence for our divine power. Culture also shapes our personalities, creating
Hello, sir. Hello.
2008. Hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead. You were.
As demonstrated through our local festivals and local games. Filipino games have been part of the Filipino pastime, so these games, being cooperative by nature, seem to promote close social relationships in the family, in school, and in the community. However, local games are slowly disappearing due to the undeniably popularity and dominance of video games and electronic sports, according to Tubera 2008. These local games, which form part of cultural heritage and serve as socio-cultural markers, are widely considered as the dying cultural legacies, according to Linaza 2013. Now, the preservation and promotion of our indigenous games supported the provisions of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, mandating the state to conserve, promote, and popularize the nation's historical and cultural heritage and resources to be passed to future generations of Filipino, the Philippine Indigenous Games Preservation Act of 2017, and the Section 2 of the Republic Act number 10066, or the National Heritage Act of 2009. The research aimed to collect the document folk games in the 63 barangays in the municipality of Verac, Catanduanes. Specifically, this study intended to achieve the following objectives: the profile of the senior citizens who are known in Verac folk games, what are the folk games in the 63 barangays in Verac, Catanduanes in terms of the title, the materials needed, player composition, values, objectives, and mechanics of the games. What primer of the folk games of Catanduanes can be developed as a cultural and physical education resource material to ensure its preservation. The study utilized the descriptive qualitative type of research using questionnaire and in-depth interview as the main tools in gathering the data. The interviews were done using Bicol dialect. Photo and video documentation were taken to corroborate with actual observation. Descriptive qualitative type of research was utilized since the study will describe in documented and describe the data on the Catanduanes folk games. Using a descriptive survey research method, this paper gathered data from 76 senior citizens as respondents for the 63 barangays in Verac, Catanduanes. The interviews were done using checklists and Bicol dialect. For validity and reliability, determine the rules of the games based on the video documentation. In the analysis and interpretation of the data, the frequency, percentage, and weighted mean were used, and the frequency was used in order to determine the number of respondents who rated the items in the questionnaire. This was done by one-on-one counting. Percentage was used to express how large or small quantity is relative to another quantity. This was done by expressing a number as a fraction of 100%, meaning per 100, and denoted using the percent sign. This was used to answer the profile of the respondents and the player composition of Verac Catanduanes folk games. Now, this is the map of the Verac Catanduanes. The municipality of Verac, as the first-class municipality and capital of the province of Catanduanes, Philippines, has a 63 barangays and a total population of 73,650 in 2015 census. It occupies the southern tip of the island province. Now, this is the table which shows the profile of the respondents according to their age, gender, and years living in the area. As you can see, the findings from the data gathered were the ages of the senior citizen respondents are 60 to 65. So this means that most of the respondents are at the starting age of being a senior citizen who has still knowledge and information in giving the nature of the games. Some games were modified and developed. The gender of senior citizens respondents is female. So most of the respondents are female in this study. This means that female has the number of known folk games and played the game in the significant periods of time. The years living in the area is 61 to 80 years. So this means that most of the respondents live in that certain area for 61 to 80 years are very particular with the folk games that are stated in this study. And this is the table that shows and discusses the folk games played by male and female senior citizens of Verac Catanduanes. It shows that the most frequently played game by male senior citizens during their childhood days were the games Tago-Taguan, Tatsi, Tubig-Tubigan, and Tumbalata, which are all physical games. Physical games demand strong limbs, fleetness of foot, fortitude and vitality in addition to courage and endurance. It also involves energetic motor movements, bodily strength, and endurance. So this means that men are more prone to physical games. The most frequently played game among female senior citizens during their childhood days was the game Sungka. In Kerala, Sungka is called Palangguli, and which designed to target young children and old people to help improve their hand-eye coordination and to learn to count. In the light of the foregoing findings, the following conclusions were drawn, such as the Catanduanes folk games were identified through interviews and actual observations. The interview revealed 24 games as identified by the 76 senior respondents. The nature of these games was defined according to the title, materials needed, player composition, values, objectives, and the mechanics of the games. The materials of the games depend on the location from where the player can gather. Games can be classified as individual, dual, or team. Furthermore, cultural values were distinctly seen in these games, such as the cooperation, commitment, resourcefulness, determination, honesty, social responsibility, and respect. Finally, objectives in the games were also drawn, such as to develop accuracy, agility, balance, strength, alertness, concentration, coordination, endurance, focus, flexibility, and speed. Based on the foregoing findings and conclusions, these are the following recommendations. At an early stage, young generations should be involved in participating to the different folk games by integrating the games into school curriculum implemented by the teachers and committee in order to build up the skill for social interaction, memory, emotional awareness, creative approach, adaptability, and impulse control. Local academies should look at our local games as an avenue for character formation and nation building. Next is the provincial government should have the support in giving fund to the provincial tourism and other municipalities in conducting and integrating folk games to the different special occasions in order to preserve and promote the local heritage and the realization of the salient features and objectives. And the local leaders of the community must promote and encourage the young generation out of school youth and adult to play the games inherent in their locality. Finally, the researcher made a primer on Catanduanes folk games as a cultural education resource material to enhance and preserve its identity and sustainability. Here are the references of my study. Thank you so much and good afternoon po. Sir?
Okay. Thank you, Sir Dalipe. Sir Julmar?
Sir Delipe, magandang hapon po.
Sir, good afternoon po.
First of all, I apologize ha, wala akong presentation para sa iyo. Pero, meron lang akong ilang concerns.
Yes po, sir.
Did you get hold of materials from the NCCA? It's the National Commission for the Culture and Arts.
Sir?
Ang National Commission for the Culture and Arts ang directly involved sa iyong research. Kasi sila ang nag-document ng lahat ng tungkol sa Filipino culture,
Yes, sir.
iba't ibang forma ng kultura. And kung makakakuha ka ng grant, magiging viable o magiging legit ang iyong research. Kasi yan yung iyong aim at ang pinaka validating agency para sa iyong endeavor ay ang NCCA.
Yes, sir.
So try to get hold of the documents na requirements para sa nagbibigay sila ng grant for researches with regards to culture and arts. So kung papasok ka doon, after that, saka mo gawan uli ng study, the process of validation ng NCCA, the whole journey itself, yun ang iyong gawin na research afterwards na ikaw ay ma-accept sa grant ng NCCA.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your suggestion and recommendation po.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Salamat
thank
po.
you,
Thank
Sir.
you. Thank you din po, Sir Simon.
Next, we have... Okay. Well, Mary Angel Gavina. Ma'am, you informed earlier that you wish us to present your pre-recorded video. So here it is.
Thank you, sir. Blessed night to everyone. I am Mary Angel Gavina, special science teacher of the Philippine Science High School, Calabarzon Region Campus. Today, let me share with you the result of the case study that I have conducted entitled Leadership and Management Styles of the Community Leaders Towards the Pandemic Time in the Lens of the Centennials. Why the Centennials? More than anyone else today, the Centennials, or sometimes called the Gen Zers, Gen Z, iGen, or the do-it-yourself generation, the senior generation, software generation, tech addicts, or social justice warriors. These are just some of the descriptions given to them, okay, based on research. Okay. They are the ones who have been greatly affected by the sudden pandemic that has beset the entire world. So how are they coping now? Okay. That we're going to find out based on research findings. According to Aurora, Binhan, and Sharma in 2019, it is best for us to know who the Centennials really are and how do they think. Why? Because they will be, and they are, the upcoming citizens and leaders of our country. So it is a must, therefore, that we'll be able to know them, deal with them properly, develop them, nurture them, and eventually work with them. Okay? The Centennials are those who are born from 1996 to 2014, the youngest being 6 years of age, and the oldest 24 years old. The world, according to the study conducted by the Acumen strategy consultants in 2018, decoding the digital generations, where they have interviewed 400 Gen Z survey respondents, that the world of the Centennials are hyperspeed, big and expansive. This simply means that they live in a world where they have easy access to social media, 24/7 access to Wi-Fi connection or connectivity, and that they are ultra connected. They can simultaneously socialize with various people from all walks of life, regardless of age and gender. That they can also instantly react in social media. They have varied forms of expression. They use also various platforms that allow their freedom of expression. In fact, for most of them, they can better express themselves online rather than offline. They're also known to be champions of change. In this study conducted by the Acumen strategy consultants, most of them wanted to clean the government. Okay? And they wanted to eradicate graft and corruption. They believe that they can contribute to the progress and development of our country. They have this insatiable desire for learning. Learning for them is fun, especially if it's something new, something digital. They tend to be excited, and they also know how to filter what they see or read online and what they believe. Okay? They are very much aware that fake news abound, and so they know also how to distinguish primary sources from secondary sources and even from fake news. They wanted to have positive impact to other people, and that's the reason why in another study conducted, this time by Vision Critical, it was found out that the Gensers or the Centennials are known as the cynical generation because they act maturely beyond their years. So they are no longer confined with what was used to be done or observed. So this study, therefore, aims to know who they really are, and in fact, to determine their perception of the current situation that we have been experiencing. Second, what are their coping mechanisms, or how are they coping with the onslaught of this digital era? It is with this novel idea that yours truly, as a researcher of this case study, aims to conduct this case study of the Centennials' in-depth understanding of the current situation. As Berries and Luca in 2006 claimed that the qualitative methods provide for a better understanding of the human development. In fact, there is a need for us to conduct a study between the relationships of people or individuals with fellow individuals, the individuals with their environments, as well as the motives that drive the individual behavior and action. So as cited, the methodology that I have used in this study is the qualitative method, where the narrative approach of qualitative research through the varied reactions as well as reflections based on the comments, suggestions of the respondents themselves, have been taken into consideration and have been thoroughly analyzed. These are, of course, non-numerical information. So what are the results of this case study that I have conducted? As to the first question, the respondents are divided in their perception of the current situation. Some respondents and females appreciate and understand the government leaders' efforts in dealing with this global pandemic affecting our country. On the other hand, others are dissatisfied. They even categorically mention that some of our government leaders have misplaced priorities for management, if not very poorly, that they are incompetent, inappropriate, they lack action or initiative, no concrete plan, and that the government actions were lackluster and unacceptable. The respondent sentinels, by the way, gave their honest and perceptive insights, okay, of their perceptions regarding this leadership and management styles of our government leaders. Despite their young age, they are very authentic in what they feel, in what they see, and they really express it. Although some may mention that not all leaders are corrupt, others are also aware that most are, although some aren't. Okay. With the second question, the respondents and females have adopted various coping mechanisms that are both commendable and interesting because they know how to filter the information that they see from online sources. In fact, a thorough perusal of the responses showcase that they pursue purpose, meaning accountability, and even personal freedom. To quote one of their responses, I usually check for multiple trusted sources relating to the topic and try to do a little analysis if the data and logic of the claim matches the trusted sources and articles. See? They know how to conduct multiple checking for multiple trusted sources. Another one said, when dealing with the things that we see online, I tend to check if an article or website is truly valid. Dapat po maging critical tayo about the things that we read and see online. See, and yet these are high school students. Yet they know already how to distinguish primary sources from secondary sources and even from fake news. So with all these responses, therefore, the centennials, based on this case study, prove that regardless of their nationality or gender, they know how to speak their mind, they expect to be heard and attended to immediately if possible. And so therefore, in this age of digital ease, our government leaders must pass the scrutiny of the centennials' desire to improve our community and our country as a whole. As mentioned by Strauss and Hohen, where they pointed out generational tendencies being cyclical, which their study was cited also by Aurora, Gayhan, and Sharma, that the Gen Z is poised to lead. They grew up in a time of turmoil, even economic demise, even in rampant random shootings in other countries. Yet they know how to take charge and because they can create constancy and they can keep everything in line. As John Maxwell in his 2011 book said, with 5 levels of leadership, leadership deals with people and their dynamics, which are continually changing. The challenge of leadership is to create change and facilitate growth. These are the references that I have used, and you can contact me in my Gmail address, florislife775@gmail.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Angel. Sir Julmar?
Okay, good afternoon, Miss Gavina.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Your respondents are from where?
From the Philippine Science High School po, my students.
Based in?
Batangas City po.
Oo. And did you by any chance follow the interview protocol and did you get the parents' consent?
Honestly po,
Because they
sir,
are minors.
yes po. Since it is
Did you
part,
or did you not?
since it is part of our discussion po, sir, I did not ask the consent.
It's not, it won't hold. It should be validated, it should be supported by a parent's consent because you're doing an interview with a minor. Okay, next is, since they are from Batangas only or some students are coming from where? Outside the province?
Outside the province din po.
So the issues you are pertaining to are what? Local or national issues or international issues?
Local po.
Ayun. So might as well put that in the context ng iyong title. Medyo iyan natin, i-limit down natin kasi with regards to government leaders, yon, ang lawak.
Yes.
Who among the government leaders? The local leaders, the national leaders, or the international leaders? Pag-focus ka na lang para at least ay medyo mas substantiate mo yung point na gusto mong iparating. And then another one is, so these are people under 18, right?
Opo. Yes, sir.
Practically, sabi nga ng isang article, they are this is the generation who do not know the world without the internet.
Opo, sir.
Oo. So again, i-justify natin pa na mas lalo yung kanilang credibility because as we all know, hindi reliable ang lahat ng information sa internet. So how will they stand out with regards to their own identity and with their own with the principles that they want to uphold. Okay? So yung mga psychological studies, so forth and so on, pakidagdag. And then more or less try also to identify what quali method or approach are you going to use. Mas ang dami nun. Okay? Either Fino, either grounded, either ethno, pili ka na doon para at least alam din namin kung ano yung ine-expect kong mababasa sa iyong research. Okay? So, pampakulay sa iyong research, ito po ang aking i-share sa iyo. Self-realization leads to openness and acceptance from others. At dahil sa very fragile ang iyong respondents, ito ang kanta mo, Out Here on My Own. Mahirap masanay na nandiyan ka kasi baka bukas tatanggapin ko na lamang na ako ay nag-iisa na. So, maraming salamat, Miss Gavina, and good luck sa iyong future endeavors.
Salamat po, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mary Angel Gavina. Next, we have Sir Francis Michael Yambao. So, sir, I'll play your video, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hello, participants, panel members, and of course, my co-presenters. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the International Integrated Research Conference Committee for coming up with this very exciting event, and of course, for gathering us here today. It is truly an honor to be a part of this. And by the way, I am Dr. Francis Yambao. I am from the Graduate School of Centro Escolar University, Manila. Today, I am given the chance to share with you my paper entitled Leadership Styles and Multiple Intelligences as Predictors of Performance of Instructional Leaders from Selected Aeronautical Schools. I think everyone would agree that the role of an instructional leader being at the forefront is a critical aspect of an educational institution They not only have to ensure the quality of education, but they also manage faculty members, the curriculum, resources, and a whole lot more. Being an educational leader or an instructional leader myself, I have observed the mismatch of skills and leadership styles, poor performance, and of course the frequent changes of educational leaders in some educational institutions. This study utilized a descriptive quantitative method combined with a correlational method, and the respondents of the study were instructional leaders from selected top performing aeronautical schools. Additional respondents were the subordinates of the instructional leaders and their superiors as well. Schools have always focused on educational background, the years of experience when predicting performance or hiring, basis for hiring or promotion. And I think it is about time that we consider other aspects. This investigation focused on finding out the leadership styles, the multiple intelligences, and the performance evaluation of these instructional leaders. I also correlated them, and with these variables, I wanted to predict which are or which can be good predictors of performance.
All right, let's now move on to my slides. So just a quick info, I want to share with you the variables of the study. So on the upper left, you'll see the multiple intelligences there. Below it is an illustration that symbolizes the performance evaluation of the respondents. And then on the right, you'll see here the leadership styles. So again, for the methodology, I made use of the descriptive correlational method. Then I made use of the purposive sampling technique. Moving on, so since we were only given a maximum of 7 slides and 10 minutes for the presentation, I'll just discuss these data briefly. On the upper left, you'll see a table there which represents the leadership style results. As you can see here, so participative got the highest, followed by the transformational leadership style. Below that, you'll see the table for the multiple intelligences. So the data shows that majority answered that instructional leaders had visual and interpersonal intelligences. For the third item, you'll see here a table below. It's for the performance evaluation of the respondents. You'll see that 50% answered excellent, and then followed by the very satisfactory rating. But since we got the mean of this data, the verbal interpretation is actually very satisfactory. So it shows that the instructional leaders had a very satisfactory performance based on, the evaluation of their superiors and their subordinates. Here on this table, you'll see the correlation. So 2 out of the 8 intelligences exhibited a marked positive direct correlation. And of course, these intelligences are visual and again interpersonal intelligences. They show the correlation between or with the transformational leadership style. All right, moving on to the next information. Here on this slide, you'll see 2 tables. So on the one on the left is the correlation between the leadership style and the performance evaluation. So as you can see here, transformational style or transformational leadership had marked a positive, again, a positive direct correlation with performance evaluation. So you'll see here, delegative showed a substantial, and then the rest showed negligible. So only transformational leadership style showed a marked correlation. For the table on the right or in the middle, this is a correlation between the multiple intelligences and the performance evaluation. So you'll see here that the 2 intelligences resulted to a marked and positive direct correlation with performance evaluation. So one is the interpersonal intelligence, and again, the other is the visual intelligences. Moving on to the next slide. This is actually the final result or the goal or the objective of the study is really to find out which among these variables are predictors of performance. So as you can see here, we can confirm that the leadership style that predicts performance is actually transformational leadership style. And you'll see here that it has a VS significance mark, which stands for very significant. And for the multiple intelligences, again, we have two. It's the visual intelligence and interpersonal intelligence. So again, both multiple intelligences or both intelligences showed a very significant result. Therefore, we can say that these variables or these attributes are actually the predictors of a good performance based on, of course, the current respondents. It is possible that when we test a different set of respondents, maybe coming from different industries and not the academe, it's possible that, they would show a different set of leadership styles and multiple intelligences. So this is really interesting. I think since we are, or the respondents are instructional leaders, they are from the academe. So I think that is why they really show the transformational style. Even with students, instructors, of course, and instructional leaders really make sure to transform, the students into better learners, and of course for better workers in the future. And then for visual, I think nowadays really people are very dependent with visuals. We like to see things, we like to see colors, illustrations, videos. So I think we could agree with that also. And then interpersonal, it shows that these respondents or the instructional leaders were really good in forming relationships. They like communicating, and they are able to really build rapport with the stakeholders. So for the conclusion, again, based on the findings, it is concluded that the attributes of instructional leaders are transformational leaders or transformational leadership styles, and then with visual and interpersonal intelligence. So these attributes we can confirm now are predictors of performance. Now that we have these data on hand, we can now use these variables or attributes whenever we would hire an instructional leader, or actually we can use this to create a development program. With this, we could improve the existing leadership styles of the leaders or the instructional leaders into a more transformational style. And then for their multiple intelligences, of course, we cannot really change that quickly or in one day. But what we can do is, during the development programs, we can create activities that could help us or help them become more visual leaders and interpersonal leaders, since those are the two that came up as a result of the study. So I suggest that for institutions that we really create programs towards these attributes or
So that is the end of my presentation. Please stay safe and healthy, and thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Francis. Sir Julmar?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Doc Yambao.
Hi, Doc. Good afternoon po.
I'm just confused. Why do we need to fit instructional leadership with other leadership styles? Because instructional leadership is a leadership in itself.
Yes, sir. Actually, the thing is, what we noticed is some leaders would have different styles. Like, for example, authoritative leadership style. So it would be a bit, I guess, not that appropriate in terms of in the academe. unlike if, of course, the leader or the person has that type of style, then it would be more fit, maybe like in the army or in law, so something like that. So that's the idea. Trying to find out what leadership style would best be appropriate.
Oo, edi we could just clearly imply na it's the leadership style of management of a certain school.
Yes, sir.
Nakaka-confuse kasi pag it's like with the other researcher na ang instructional leadership kasi, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I've read, it just clearly pertains to top management, the principal itself ang concerned. So kung hindi ito lang ang ating respondent, pwede natin palawakin pa at hindi natin gamitin ng instructional leadership.
Yes, Doc. Actually, I agree with you with the principal, instructional leaders. My respondents were the deans and the program head, which are the counterpart in higher education of the principal. So I think
sorry.
focused
The leadership styles of the management of certain school, and dun siguro lalabas kung it will fall into instructional leadership, if it will fall into transformational leadership, so on and so forth.
Yes, Doc.
Sir, so congratulations po, and ito po ang aking i-share sa iyo. Be inspired by your dreams and turn them into, realities yun. Sorry for the grammatical error. So, your song, siyempre, aeronautical school, it's butterfly. And minsan, kailangan nating tanggapin na may taong kaya kang pakiligin, pero hindi ka kayang mahalin. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you po, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc Francis. So, after Doc Francis, we have...
Yes po.
Sir Stanley. Sir Stanley?
Okay. Hindi pa po ako. Sige po.
Sir Stanley, are you with us? Sir Stanley? Okay, I think we've lost connection with Sir Stanley. Okay, so next, let's skip Sir Stanley first. Let's go to Sir Geraldson Ray Bernardino.
Okay po, salamat po, sir. Okay.
Sir.
Okay.
Okay. You have 10 minutes.
Am I presenting, sir? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the IIRC committee for the chance to be part of this event po. No? Kumabol lang po kasi talaga ako. Nasa dulo lang po ako. Ayun. A pleasant day, everyone. I'm Architect Geraldson Ray R. Bernardino from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Open University System. Well, now I would like to present my research in Master of Science in Construction Management last 2018, entitled Project Performance of Selected Construction Services. The construction industry is vital for any nation's growth and progress. Worldwide, the economic growth of the nation's physical infrastructures, such as bridges, roads, and buildings, measure the pace of its development. In fulfilling out construction project development activities, the level of success will depend deeply on the excellence of monetary, administrative, managerial, and technical performance of the particular parties. In the Philippines, construction industry meaningfully contributes to the nation's GDP, bring in vast amounts of investments and foreign exchange, and produce hundreds of thousands of jobs. Construction activities are projected to remain busy all over the country in the next 4 to 5 years. Due to the tremendous volume of projects spreading all over the country, catalog of problems in performance also emerge. Moreover, in developing countries like the Philippines, this issue is common and existent. The effect of poor level of performance is arguably more serious, and inability to accomplish project objectives results to the satisfaction conveyed by clients. For instance, among the other examples of performance problems are time overruns, cost overruns, low productivity, and poor work quality. In this occurrence, challenges to improve the construction project performance in the industry become topical. Hence, this paper aims to provide an overview of the current situation of construction project performance and establish the assessment used by built environment professionals engaged in construction services in Batangas province. Okay. The method used in this study was a quantitative type of research through a survey questionnaire as a tool in collecting data. It assessed the level of it assessed the extent of benefits and level of implementation of the construction project performance in terms of workmanship, quality, time, cost, materials, facilities, environment, safety and health, resource deployment, and client satisfaction. Yeah. This study gathered data by conducting a survey with selected built environment that is professionally engaged in construction services, mainly in Batangas province, and that are practitioners in the industry for several years now. The required number of participants, okay. The required number of participants was calculated based on Sloven's formula. Respondents are architects and engineers that were profiled according to the form of business, organization, number of years in operation, number of projects engaged in construction services. Results and discussion. In the profile of the respondents, in terms of respondents' profession, the result shows that architects has the highest representation with 36 respondents, or 69.2%, and 16 engineers, or 30.8%. In terms of form of business organization, 51.9% were sole proprietorship, and in terms of number of years of operation, 48.1 were 10 years and below. In terms of number of projects engaged in construction services, 38.5% were 10 projects and below. So, in terms of assessment on the extent of benefits of construction project performance, time gained the highest weighted mean of 4.45, while facilities gained 4.07, or the lowest, now, both interpreted as beneficial. Assessment on the level of implementation of construction project performance, client satisfaction is 4.05, or the highest, and interpreted as implemented, while facilities is 3.42 and interpreted as somewhat implemented. So, with this, the results show that construction project performance in terms of all aspects or indicators were fully beneficial. And it was found out also that the assessment on the level of implementation of the respondents is slightly lower compared to their assessment on the extent of benefits. Therefore, it is clear that as far as the project performance of selected construction services is concerned, improvement to its level of implementation are deemed necessary. In this regards, the following priority actions shall be recommended for the highly beneficial indicators that gain the lowest level of implementation on every aspect. So here, we can see the indicators and its action plan or recommendations. So, in workmanship, clear information and communication channel and proper coordination between the construction team. So, the action plan is establish early method of communication for specific tasks in the project, seek feedback and ask questions when you have the floor in the meeting, and make sure everyone has a clear understanding of their roles and responsibilities. In time, proper and up-to-date project scheduling, sequence the activities and identifying any dependencies, group the tasks and activities into phases, create milestones. So that's very important in the project. Cost, proper management of variation order cost. So project documents that have already been registered and issued to the team should not be updated and circulated until the change order has been approved by the owner. Materials, material records are clearly legible, complete, traceable to the project, and readily available. Regardless of method, track all material record or inventory to prevent losses. Uh, Keeping tabs on all items ensures nothing goes to waste. Tracking every piece, especially specialized components, also shows you if items aren't being used in an efficient way. Consider a weekly count to stay updated on how often each item is used. In facilities, provision of camp facilities and or field and on-site office facilities. Depending on the scale of your project, the list of requirements for on-site facilities will differ. But the basic requirements include running water, toilets, and washing facilities, somewhere to store personal items or dry clothing, and a place to prepare and consume food. Environment, safety, and health, certified quality safety and health personnel employed and detailed at site. So training, though most of construction workers' skills can be gained on the job, safety is one skill set that is best learned before works enter construction site. Employee safety officer with safety qualification like Bosch and COS. So Bosch is basic occupational safety and health, and COS is the construction safety and health. So resource deployment, efficient and timely delivery of pledged materials as per program of work. So required scheduled delivery times. The biggest culprit of long delivery lines is inadequate scheduling, requiring carriers to schedule their delivery times beforehand. Client satisfaction, seeking constant feedback. So make ways to get feedback from your clients by means of surveys, feedback boxes, reach out directly. So that concludes my short presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sir Bernardino. Sir Julmar?
Magandang hapon, Sir Bernardino.
Good afternoon, sir. Magandang hapon po.
Ilang minuto pa bago alas 6. Anong aspeto, in what field, is this the government or the private sector you're talking about?
Actually, sir, the first intention of the research to gather information from all aspects, from the private and to the public, or the one that working with the government. But due to the limited time, we end up evaluating or assessing the design and built-in professionals like the architects and engineers on the private side only. Practicing in Batangas. Yes, sir, in Batangas.
So, one, identify mo yung research local mo, which is Batangas province, yes, or a municipality or a city ng Batangas lang ang covered mo dun sa title. Yes, pangalawa, the mention kung this is the private or the public sector para mas maliwanag sa reader. Unang basa pa lang sa title, alam na natin kung ano yung pinag-uusapan. Okay? So, pangalawa, yung bang project performance kailangan ay clearly stated sa iyong introduction palaang and mention sa abstract kung ano-ano yung mga standards for evaluation with regards to project performance. Yes, and sir. Then, with regards to construction services, pwede mo rin sigurong kunin ang opinion ng mga building owners kung private private ang clients and other concerned individuals, barangay captains o yung yung community, kung ano yung naging perception nila with regard sa building na pagkakagawa, so forth and so on. It's not only limited doon sa people in the agency or the firm.
Sir, the study focused on the design and build professions only for the architects and engineers involved in construction. So maybe sir, on my next study po I'm thinking about the impact of this project performance to the project. So impact and what you call that, the effectivity of this construction performance evaluation.
Yeah, point taken yung gusto mong mangyari. Pero ang kasi, doon sa title mo kasi, kung ang measurement mo ng project performance is based on a technical system, i-identify mo at maliliwanagan kami na talagang pang-engineers and architects lang involved. Pero with regards to your title, project performance, malawak kasi yun eh. Gaya ng sinasabi ko nga, involved ang community, involved din ang owner ng building kasi you're talking about the construction itself. Yun naman ang point ko doon.
Okay po.
I-limit mo, gamitan mo ng technical measurement, technical term with regards to the performance measurement na gusto mong itukoy.
Yes sir. Yes sir. Precisely sir. Tama po. Tama.
Okay.
So
here is yours. Efforts exerted unceasingly meant to last forever. Tama, lahat ng construction natin, gusto nating tumagal. Kaya ang song mo is Forever. And yung sorry pa sa iyo ay isang lisensya para paulit-ulit mo akong lokohin at baliwalain. Ganun ba yun?
Ouch.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Bernardino. Next, we have Sir Stanley Sikong. Sir,
yes, Doc.
Slide. Okay. Sir Stanley, we're not seeing the slides.
Yes, sir. Wait for a while, Doc.
Sige po.
Thank you po.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Dr. Simon and Dr. Celia for your cooperation and of course for the consideration. So I'm Mr. Stanley A. Sikong, School Head of Bayawan City Division under the umbrella of the Department of Education. And of course, I am affiliated also with Negros Oriental State University. Since my study, parts of the findings of my study are in my dissertation. So here is the flow of the presentation, the rationale of the study, the statement of the problem, the methodology, the findings, conclusion, and recommendation and references. Please allow me to share this emphasis. Money or financial resources are important organizational resources. No organization has ever succeeded without financial resources. Okay, despite the importance of financial resources in addressing school needs, still there are global issues on underspending or unutilized school funds across the globe, specifically in India, Pakistan, Western Australia, districts of New York, England, and in United States. And this pressing concern is not only the concern of these mentioned countries, but also in the Philippines as well. Here in the Philippines, we have what we call MOE, or maintenance and other operating expenses, in which this refers to the monetary allotment from the Department of Education given to the public schools in support of the school's operation. So we have here, according to CUA, last April 24, 2018, we have here the data, the underspending of funds in the Department of Education, and part of these are the funds of MOE. As you can see the graph, the bar graph colored blue represents the allocated budget, and the colored orange represents the utilized budget, and the gray one represents the unutilized budget. As you can see directly on the graph, last 2015 we had 12% unutilized, and last 2016 we had 10% unutilized, and last 2017 we had 3%, but this 3% still a huge amount of money, which is amounting to 15,734,573,153 to be exact. And according to Rotec and Ngaho 2015, in Katongo 2016, the high refund of cash to the National Treasury signifies poorly managed budgets or not prioritized budget lines. So hence, this is the title of my study, Maintenance and Other Operating Expenses, Utilization Model for the Public Schools Division of Bayawan City, Negros Oriental, Philippines. Specifically, I wanted to explore and investigate the reasons or factors due to unutilized funds, MOA funds. So these are the variables in my scope of presentation today. These are the variables that I highlighted. So this is a statement of the problem. What is the extent of knowledge, attitude, and self-efficacy of the respondents towards the implementing policies and guidelines of MOA utilization in the respective schools? I have here the research methodology, the research design use, descriptive method, population and sample, stratified sampling techniques, research environment, schools under lowland, midland, and hinterland. Since the schools, we have 10 districts in the division, and I categorize it as to lowland, midland, and hinterland. Respondents are school managers or school administrators. This pertains to school principals, school heads, and teacher in charge, and bids and awards committee. Research instruments, survey constructed questionnaires, and general self-efficacy scale by Matthias and Ralph Schwarzer. Okay, data gathering procedure, questionnaires were distributed, analyzed, and interpreted. I have here the results or findings. A school administrator's extent of knowledge in the utilization of MOE funds has a weighted mean of 3.93, which means very aware in the utilization of MOE funds, while the weighted mean of the Bids and Awards Committee or BAC is 4.34, which means very extremely aware. Okay, as to the school administrator's extent of attitude in the utilization of MOE in the school, it has a weighted mean of 4.45, which means very positive, while the weighted mean for BAC is 4.25, which also means very positive. And for school administrator self-efficacy in the utilization of MOE funds is within the range of 81% to 100%, while BAC is within the range of 61% to 80%. Okay, so for the conclusions, first, school administrators and Bids and Awards Committee or BAC are both very knowledgeable in the utilization of MOE funds. Second, school administrators are optimistic that MOE funds are of great help in order to address the needs of the learners and teachers and even the physical facilities of the school. And BAC members' attitude was compliant to their function, specifically on the dissemination of information on the result of the canvas of items, though there is a request demand and the manner of it is difficult during weekdays. And the third one, school administrators are extremely capable in dealing on whatever difficult situation that may hamper in the utilization of MOE funds, and BAC members were able to find solutions to do their tasks relative to the procurement process. So I have here the recommendations. For conclusion number one, I have here projects namely Project Cell, Project Spare, and Project Time. For Project Cell, Cell stands for Collaborative Learning of Leaders. This project intends to strengthen the leaders, school administrators, back chairman, and members to collaborate as to sharing of best practices, asking advice, coaching and mentoring of co-leaders or leaders, as to the protocols and guidelines in the utilization of MOE funds. For Project SPARE, stands for Stakeholders Prioritization of Activities, Resources, and Other Expenses. So here, this project strengthens the coordination, cooperation, and collaboration of internal and external stakeholders as to what to prioritize for the annual budget to be reflected in the annual improvement plan of the school. And the third one, Project Time. Time is an acronym for Timely Inquiry of the Monthly Expenses. This project reinforces the back members to inquire the list of things to be purchased in a month in the school for advanced canvassing of goods, supply, and services to avoid shortage in the locality, and at the same time to avoid backlogs in utilization of funds. And for conclusions number 2 and 3, my recommendations are as follows. Project BASI, which means stands for Bids and Awards Committees Incentives, meaning I believe that school heads and back members must be given honorarium or any incentives that in the procurement process, from canvassing of goods and services up to the purchasing of goods and supplies, or any incentives that would the division could give, especially that we are now experiencing pandemic. They're also frontliners, risking their lives just to cater and accommodate the needs of the school and liquidate the allocated funds properly. And also, of course, Project STAFFA. This stands for Supervisors, Technical Assistance, and Feedbacking on Financial Aspect. This project strengthens supervisors' support to our schools that need immediate assistance as the process of utilizing the MOA funds, follow up schools who are not on time on their liquidation, and giving of legal, moral, and spiritual support. And Project FUME, Fund Utilization and Management of Expenses. This strengthens the supervisors and division accounting personnel to look the liquidation papers of the school if the computation of the payment are correctly followed and other essential documents are being attached. And the last one, which is the highlight of the program, which is FAMAS Award, which is an acronym for Financial Allocation, Management, and Accountability System. This project strengthens the monitoring and evaluation of schools as to the liquidation of MOE funds, ensuring that allocated funds were timely and properly utilized by the schools following the guidelines in the utilization process. This project also ensures that school administrators and back members are doing their task or responsibility in the procurement process. And for those schools who are compliant, you will receive recognition. Furthermore, this Project FAMAS is an annual event of the division to recognize and give awards to schools who are qualified for the said award. So I have here the schematic diagram of the MOA utilization model. As you can see, the square box which filled with color apple green represents the school campus, and as you can see, 2 circles, school administrators and bids and awards committee. They need to interact, utilize the allocated funds for the school, and recognizing the driving and restraining forces. So as you can see also, the arrows pointing to the supervisors and division personnel are directly pointing to monitoring and evaluation, since they are the last persons to validate and final check the liquidation papers. So for today, since we have a challenging situation experiencing pandemic, these things are very important: self-efficacy, attitude, and knowledge to fully utilize the allocated funds and to address the goals of the schools. And that would be all. Thank you. These are the list of my references. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sir Stanley. Sir Julmar?
Yes, hello, Sir Stanley. Magandang hapon.
Magandang hapon po, Doc Asilio.
Ang purpose mo is to explain to us the process of utilizing the funds from the MOOE.
Yes, Doc.
Oo. Yung model mo is based from whom?
Actually, this is created. Actually, I created this one based on the recognized factors or variables.
Pero mayroon kang reference ng process.
As the process, I anchor the study in the theory of stakeholder support by Freeman and, of course, the theory of behavior by Eisen.
So dapat medyo minention
Yes,
mo
Doc.
yun kasi meron ka kasing inspiration na kinuha. Okay, so to speak. Another one is yung MOOE mo, ano ang iyong legal reference?
We have Depth and Order number 13 years of 2016, and the overall guidelines, we have the DBM. We have set of guidelines there as to the number of canvassers, the rules of course the school administrators and the back members.
So the general overview should be included in your paper para for the readers to get a clear picture of the process involved sa paggamit ng MOOE. Now, with regards to sa realignment of funds, ang mga legal impediments?
We have actually in our division, we adopted the supplementary if there are need or urgent projects.
Different yun. Sorry to interrupt. Different ang supplementary budget sa realignment of funds.
Okay.
Kasi realignment of funds, may existing na budget, ililipat mo ng pagkakagasusan. Ang supplemental, maghahanap ka ng pondo para dun sa bagong project.
Yeah.
Yun ang malimit na misconception sa DepEd. Pasensya na po, tabi-tabi po. Ang malimit na ginagamit is realignment of funds. Dapat ang ginagamit ay supplemental. Kasi kung ano yung nakabudget na for the year, hindi mo na yung pwedeng baguhin. So dapat i-mention mo din yun, and yun yung magiging pitfall kasi ng maraming officials na medyo matempt na tutukso doon sa pondo ng savings. Kaya nga underspending Ano yung reason ng underspending? Dapat mention mo din yun. Bakit ang laki ng percentage na underspending?
Yes, Doc.
Kasi yun nga, ginagamit nila yun para i-realign yung savings.
Okay, Doc.
Diba? Okay. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much, Doc Casilio and Doc Simon.
Thank you, Sir Stanley. So next we have Sir Melchizedek John Banyas. Sir, you informed me earlier that you wish me to play your video, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, here it is.
To our distinguished panel of reviewers, to our conference staff, fellow presenters of the 2020 International Research Conference, good morning. I am Melchizedek John Banyas, a faculty of Department of Arts and Sciences of University of Mindanao Digos College here in Digos City, Davao del Sur, Philippines. And it is my greatest privilege and honor to present to you my research study entitled Performance Evaluation of Digos City Satellite Terminal. As a preliminary information, this study was focused in evaluating the performance of Digos City Satellite Terminal in Digos City, Davao del Sur as one of its public enterprises. Now, this study is aimed to determine whether the said public enterprise is serving the public while generating income for the government as its main significance of existence. Now, the evaluation conducted on this study is focused on the terminal's revenue collection, organizational structure, budget allocation, existing facilities, and customer satisfaction. Now, this study also utilized descriptive evaluative design in order to effectively evaluate the performance of the terminal. The study was also conducted in the city of Digos with the terminal bus drivers, conductors, commuters, and dispatchers as the research participants chosen using quota sampling. The primary and secondary data were also obtained through an ocular inspection conducted by the researcher and standardized questionnaire, which were distributed to the research participants. For the results and discussion, it's important to note that this study focused on calendar year 2010 to 2015. So for the past 6 years, the terminal showed a total revenue of 86,352,231 pesos and 19 cents, which means that the terminal is performing well when it comes to revenue collection. Now, the revenue of the terminal are usually coming from the receipts of the terminal fees, the parking fees, receipts from the comfort rooms, other miscellaneous incomes, and receipts from transient stalls. On the other hand, the organizational structure of the terminal was also filled out by qualified personnel based on the data presented on this study. Now, the highest percentage of the budget of the Digo City Satellite Terminal is allocated on the maintenance and other operating expenses, also known as MOOE, which consist mostly of travel, communication, maintenance, and loan amortization expenses. And the terminal currently has the facilities prescribed by Section 5, Paragraph K of the Executive Order number 2002, dated June 19, 1987. Now, this particular law regulates the facilities as well as the overall performance of every terminal here in the Philippines. Now, the operational costs are also focused on personal expenses, maintenance services, and capital outlay of the Digo City Satellite Terminal. Based on the data for the customer's outcome, the data showed an average rating for comfort, accessibility, and security. Now, this entails that the research participants moderately agree to the items or details specified in the questionnaire when it comes to the comfort, accessibility, and security. On the other hand, for the service system's outcome, the data also showed an average rating for efficiency, coordination, and effectiveness, which also entails that the research participants moderately agree on the details or items presented on the research questionnaire. Now, the stakeholders also shared their feedbacks in order to improve the overall performance of the terminal. Some of the feedbacks presented by the research participants on comfort revolves around insufficient number of benches, overall cleanliness of the terminal, as well as the conditions of its facilities. For the security aspect, the feedbacks focused on the consistency and the availability of security personnel, because according to the research participants, the security personnel in the terminal are not consistent in roaming around the vicinity of the terminal. And for the accessibility, it also revolves on the high fare charged by the tricycle. That's according to the research participants. Now, the research participants also shared specific strategies on how to improve the efficiency, effectiveness, and coordination when it comes to the service system's outcome data presented on this study. Now, most of the recommendations presented by the research participants for the terminal are the following. First, the city government of Digos must be able to provide a document showing the detailed sources of its revenue for the public to be aware, because unfortunately, the data as presented in this study does not really show the specific breakdown of the revenue of the terminal. Second, the terminal must also continue to improve its facilities, such as providing comfortable benches, clean comfort rooms, and easy to access CCTV cameras. And last recommendation, the city government of Digos must also make sure to conduct random or surprise inspections to make sure that the performance of the terminal's personnel are also consistent. So overall, based on the data presented in this study, the Diga City Satellite Terminal is indeed performing well as a public enterprise. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Sir Banyas. Sir Julmar?
Yes, hello, Sir Banyas. Magandang hapon po.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
So the terminal is already existing.
Yes, sir.
For how many years?
More than 10 years already, sir.
So ano nilagay mo, sir, sa introduction mo? Parang hindi ko nabasa. Okay? So, yung mga ganang importanteng details paki-mention. Okay. Tapos, i-raise mo na, i-present mo na din yung nature ng implement niyang project na yan. Is it 100% government subsidized, 50-50, or yung mga BBB or PPP, kung ano man term natin with regards to funding for the project, para malaman din natin kung ano yung extent ng liability and ng scope ng ng responsibility, kung saan siya pwedeng kung si ano agency ang concerned with regards to monitoring and evaluating the performance of the structure or of the project. And then financially doing well, in what sense? Pag magbabanggit ka ng mga ganitong terms, bagitin mo kung it has already met return of investment in the first year of operation. From the first year of operation, banggitin mo na agad. Kasi pag sabing financially doing well, in what sense? Break even ba? Kumikita ng lampas sa inaasahan? Ilang percentage? So yung mga ganong details dapat ay malinaw. And then, ano-ano ang iyong, from where ang iyong respondents?
From Digo City, sir. One of the component city ng Davao del Sur.
So ano
Province of Davao del Sur.
Sila? Meaning, saan sila manggagaling? Ka-commuter, driver?
Merong commuters, sir, bus drivers, and then dispatchers and conductors.
Nabanggit mo ba yun dito sa iyong intro?
Yes, sir. Nasa sir, sa methods.
Hindi sa method. Banggitin mo rin siyempre na yung terminal caters to different types of people, blah, 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 para at least merong pahapyaw bukod sa
mention
method.
siya sa introduction, sir. Pero yung details talaga ng respondents, sir, nasa method.
Passengers ang nakalagay dito. Pero, sorry ha, pinanint ko kasi parang hindi masyadong nabanggit dito sa intro.
It's also mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation, sir, as additional information.
Pero pinagbabasihan ko kasi na evaluation nyo ay itong yung sinubmit ninyo. So, I'm pretty sure wala ako nabasa. Pero if there is, good for you at meron kang mention. So, ito ang aking i-share para sa iyo.
Actually, mas na-excite ako sa hugot, sir.
Okay. Whenever a new idea comes, excitement flows into mind. Tulad mo, sobrang excited mo. Hence, no moment is wasted to spring into action. And siyempre, masyadong elusive ang ating pangarap. It's what we call for the meantime as fantasy. And ang love, parang bayad mo sa jeep. Minsan, hindi ka nasusuklian. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sir Melchizedek. So next, we have Sir Edmond Sunga. Sir Edmond?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Okay. Do you want me to play your video?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Happy Research Day to each and everyone. Bayuin National High School was established in 1997. From its humble beginning 22 years ago, much have been proven and achieved. However, clinging to the saying, in the road to excellence, I know no finish line. This quantitative study titled School-Based Management in the Institutional Performance of Bayuin National High School, Basis for a School Improvement Plan was conceptualized due to the fluctuating school performance in terms of some indicators, such as cohort survival rate with a mean percentage of 88% in the year 2013, down to 74% in 2017, and with a promotion rating of 91% in 2014, which decreased to 77% in 2017, and with an increasing dropout rate. The researchers of this study determined the effectiveness of the school-based management as basis for enhanced school improvement plan to improve the institutional performance in Bayuin National High School. Specifically, this study sought answers to the following questions. First, what is the level of effectiveness of school-based management in terms of leadership and governance, curriculum instructions, accountability and continuous improvement, and management of resources? Second, what is the level of institutional performance in terms of access, quality, and governance? Third, is there a significant relationship between the effectiveness of school-based management and the level of institutional performance of Bayuin National High School? And lastly, how the school improvement plan be developed based on the findings of this study? This section presents the research design, sampling, data collection, and data analysis. In this study, descriptive correlational research design was used. This utilized the non-scientific sampling, specifically the purposive sampling, under which total enumeration was applied. A self-made survey questionnaire was employed, composed of two parts. The first part was about the effectiveness of school-based management. The second part was about the level of institutional performance, each with 8 items answered by the teacher respondents. The results were tallied and tabulated in the computer. And finally, the data were analyzed and interpreted using statistical analysis. Both descriptive and inferential statistics, specifically the weighted mean and the person's hour, were utilized. At this point, let me disclose the results, conclusion, and recommendations of the study. For question number 1, results revealed that the level of effectiveness of school-based management in terms of leadership and governance, curriculum instructions, accountability and continuous improvement, and management of resources are all very good, as revealed by the mean scores of 4.28, 4.08, 4.42, and 4.40 respectively. Therefore conclude that the implementation of school-based management is effective in providing the educational needs of the students, to improve and advance the services of the school, and in utilizing the available resources, both financial and human resources. For question number 2, results displayed that the level of institutional performance is excellent in governance, as revealed by its mean of 4.68. However, the school is very good in terms of access and quality, as denoted by its mean scores of 3.91 and 3.64 respectively. To wrap up, the strength of Bayuin National High School is its governance, but it still performs well in access and quality. For question number 3, results disclose that leadership in governance and curriculum instructions have significant relationship between the variables. Adversely, accountability and continuous improvement and management of resources showed insignificant with the level of institutional performance. Surprisingly, in terms of quality, only curriculum instruction revealed insignificant with institutional performance. Positively, in terms of governance, the 4 indicators showed moderate to high significant relationship between the variables. For the conclusion, accountability and continuous improvement, management of resources, and curriculum instructions do not affect the institutional performance in terms of access and quality, while all the 4 indicators in school-based management entirely affect the governance under institutional performance. In the light of the foregoing conclusion, the following recommendations were drawn. First, Bayuin National High School has to maintain and sustain all their programs and projects to continuously provide quality education and to better serve its community. Second, the school needs to implement programs and projects that would address students' interests and diversity. Third, The school has to institutionalize all existing school-initiated programs and projects that contribute positively to the institutional performance. And lastly, the school has to craft and implement other new programs and projects focused on curriculum instructions to improve quality performance. The following are the programs and projects and innovations developed and implemented based on the recommendations of the study to enhance the institutional performance of Bayuin National High School. I am Mr. Edward T. Suma, Senior High School Teacher 3 at Bayuin National High School, Schools Division of Oriental Mindoro, Mimaropa Region, Philippines.
Thank you, Sir Edmond.
Thank you, sir.
Sir Julmar.
Yes, hello, magandang gabi po.
Good evening,
So,
sir.
Sir Sunga,
Yes, sir.
kabuuran ng aking naintindihan sa iyong presentation is that line-up of accomplishments ng iyong school.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Actually, sir, the focus of my study is about to determine the effectiveness of the school-based management and the level of institutional performance, and then what you have seen in my video presentation on the programs and projects and innovations, some of those were already implemented, and some of which are based from the results and recommendations of our study.
Next, with that, ano ang foresight mo dun sa iyong mga plans? Is it short term, medium term, or long term?
Since, sir, the study is the product of our study is to improve the school improvement at the institutional performance. Then the school improvement plan would be based on the result of our study, so it would run long term.
Pero you can have it
short term.
Hindi. All of the mentioned na meron kang improvement plan within a short period of time, within
Yes,
a
sir.
medium span of time, and a long term. Yun, i-identify nyo kung ano yung mga naka-line up nyo for short, medium, and long term. Okay?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have actually identified already in the full paper submitted. We have already identified in our school improvement plan those that will be implemented in short term and in long term based on the indicators used in the study under school-based management and on the institutional performance like access, quality, and governance. Those projects were categorized and will be implemented yearly, and then on the next crafting of school improvement plan, we also plan to formulate another projects and programs.
So that all those mentioned should have been put dito sa abstract, because you could omit the part where you presented the results of your study. You do not put that in the abstract. Yung mga statistical results, hindi yun sinasama sa abstract. Okay,
Okay, sir. Noted, sir.
So omit. At yung pinag-usapan natin, yun ang ilagay mo sa abstract.
Yes, sir.
Sa introduction.
Thank
para
you, sir.
mas
Noted.
maliwanag.
Okay.
Okay, for my part, again, let's see. Para sa iyo, Mr. Sunga, is improvement, achievement, and success spring from continuous growth and development. So, wake up from the dream and put everything into action. Kung stay at home ka nung ECQ, sabi mo, hindi mo kakayanin. Pero nagstay ka nga sa maling tao for many years, kinaya mo man din. Magandang gabi po sa iyo, Mr. Su.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Edmond. So next,
Sir
we
Simon.
have Ms. Rosebelt Lomokso. So, ma'am, here is your video.
A pleasant day to each and every one of us, especially to our panelists and our organizers who have made this International Integrated Research Conference possible. In behalf of my team, we'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for allowing our paper to be presented in this prestigious conference. Our paper is entitled Citizen Satisfaction on the Basic Services of the Municipality of Labangan, Zamboanga del Sur by Dr. Genesis Naparan, Mrs. Janice A. Naparan, Ms. Russell Mong, and yours truly, Mr. Rosebelt S. Lomokso. This paper has been made possible in partnership with the DILG through their program CSIS. Allow me to present our paper. The goal of effective governance of the local government unit is to deliver essential services efficiently to its constituents. The satisfaction of its constituents is a clear indicator of the quality of services rendered by the local government unit. Ensuring the citizen satisfaction and reducing corruption are essential aims of the government. Through the study, the citizens are given a chance to evaluate the performance of their LGU. Their satisfaction also provides feedback to their leaders. This is a good sign for a democratic society or democratic country like the Philippines. Democratic governance always aims at serving better and involving more the citizens. The CSIS is an assessment tool for local government service delivery performance, mainly based on the people's knowledge, experience, and perception. The municipality of Labangan is a third-class coastal municipality in the province of Zamboanga del Sur. As determined by 2015 census, it has a population of 41,790. This population represented 4.13% of the total population of Zamboanga del Sur province, or 1.15% of Zamboanga Peninsula's region overall population, and the municipality is composed of 25 barangays. Now, the objective of this study is to aim in gathering the perspectives of the citizens of Labangan, Zamboanga del Sur about the quality of the basic public services they receive. This study also explored the citizens' engagement by sharing their thoughts on which service areas the LGU needs to improve. The service areas that were assessed in the study are health services, support education, social welfare services, governance and response, public works and infrastructure, environmental management, and economic and investment promotion. Now, as to the conduct of the study, the CSIS collected data primarily through a survey administered face-to-face in Labangan, Zamboanga del Sur. The CSIS implemented a multi-stage probability sampling method in selecting 150 research respondents. This multi-stage probability sampling method allowed each citizen to have an equal chance of being selected as research respondents to minimize biases during coverage of the field. The target respondents must be a resident of the municipality for at least 6 months and must be at least 18 years old. Equal number of male and female respondents was also assured. The survey questionnaires were numbered from 1 to 150. Questionnaires with odd numbers were to be filled out by male respondents, while those with even numbers were to be filled out by female respondents. The multi-stage probability sampling was employed in the random selection of sample spots, starting point, random start of the first household, the gender of the target participants per household, and the probable respondent for the target household. When the field researchers arrive at the target sample spot or barangay during the data gathering, they would locate the starting point and the random start household following the right coverage rule, or orienting one's right shoulder to the sidewalk, then walk forward. They would observe one interval per household. Per sample spot, there are 5 households to be considered in the study. Once the households are plotted, the pre-numbered questionnaires were administered, noting that an odd-numbered questionnaire should be administered to male respondents and the even-numbered questionnaires should be administered to female respondents. Once the target household agreed to participate in the study, the field researchers will still have to randomly select the probable respondent using a quiche grid. Once the target respondent is available, the interview would commence. The processing of the data involved 3 major steps: coding, data entry, and table generation. The responses from the open-ended questions were assigned a unique number. Thus, the encoding of data became easier and faster. The coded information was entered into a data file. Analytical works on the survey data were done using Excel spreadsheets for flexibility and ease of updating. Now, these are now the results of the study comprising 7 key areas of the basic services provided by the local government unit. We have health services, which has high rating both in satisfaction and need for action. In support to education, a high rating for satisfaction but a low in need for action, as well as the social welfare and services. It has a high rating satisfaction and low need for action. In governance and response, public works and infrastructure, environmental management, economic investment promotion, all of them has a high rating of satisfaction and need for action. Now, the citizens' overall rating, the overall satisfaction rating of the seven service area is posted at 84%, interpreted as high, while the overall rating for the need for action is posted at 68%, interpreted also as high. Item 2, support to education, got the highest satisfaction level of 92.91%, or 131 of the total respondents who availed of the service, while item number 7, or economic and investment promotion, got the lowest at 66.21%, or 96 respondents who have availed. Item number 7 also, or economic investment and promotion, also got the highest need for action at 69.66%, interpreted as high, while item number 2, or the support to education, got the lowest need for action at 56.74%, interpreted as low. All the 7 areas that were surveyed in the study have a high level of satisfaction from the citizens of Labangan sa Model Sur. As recent recipient of the zeal of good local governance, the government has done much for the benefit of its constituents. The result of this research are in accordance with the findings of Karinugan that the local government has satisfactorily served its constituents. Accordingly, the most powerful predictors of client satisfaction in the government services are respect and politeness. As the citizen have a high level of satisfaction from the government services, this will also lead to a high level of trust in the government. The respondents availed of the services that the LGU offered as long as they knew it, and 6 of 7 services areas have a high level of need for action. Although the respondents were satisfied with the LGU services, programs, and projects, they got engaged with possible improvements to these service areas and shared their thoughts on possible solutions. They want the municipality to be more progressive and continue to excel. In achieving a more just and fair government, there is always the concern of improving security, efficacy in government performance, and raising the citizens' quality of life. Now, based on the findings in the study, the municipality of Labangan sa Model Sur has done well and exceeded expectation in its delivery of basic services. All 7 service areas get a high satisfaction rating. However, even if the respondents were highly satisfied with the LGU's performance, they were also very engaged in sharing their thoughts on how the LGU could further improve these services, as evident in the relatively high need for action for the 6 out of 7 service areas. While the citizen satisfaction rating was high for the municipality of Labangan, some service areas have a low level of awareness, and consequently on their availment. The municipality of Labangan has to review the specific results, enhance awareness through a thorough and extensive information dissemination drive, and maximize these basic services delivery. It would also be helpful to consider the reasons for non-availment, satisfaction, and dissatisfaction of citizens and their recommendations per service area in developing the citizens-driven strategic plan. This will help the LGU fulfill its strategic directions as stipulated in its vision, mission, and goals. These are our references for our study. And I think that would be all. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Sir Rosbelt. Sir Zulmar?
Sir Rosbelt, ang iyong respondents ay senior citizens?
Ay, hindi po. Random po yung may mga senior citizen po, meron din pong mga young adult, ranging from 18 years old above po.
Within a specific locality?
Yes po.
And ang iyong target is perception ng general public with regards to government performance?
On the basic services po, yes po.
Kinorelate mo ba yun sa government performance report?
This study is really based on the municipality being an awardee of a seal of good local governance po.
So kailangan may basic, kinompare mo siya doon sa achievement and performance report nila para ma-check natin kung yung
Yes,
pinagmamalaki ng LGU na sector o yung service ay talaga bang nararamdaman ng specific group of
yes,
people. So might as well isama mo yung performance report o yung details with respect dun sa mga variables na iyong tinarget dito sa iyong study. Okay?
yes
Huwag
po.
na natin patagalin. Ito na po ang aking share.
Excited po sa hugot.
Teka, para sa iyo. Tama no? Anong naparan na no? Sorry?
Dr. Naparan po is our project leader.
So para sa inyo ito. So sorry. Okay, so from current slide. So making a difference is the key to happiness. So this is your song, We Belong Together. Darating yung araw na babasahin mo ulit yung lahat ng sweet messages ko sa iyo. Kaso iiyak ka na dahil wala na ako sa tabi mo. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Sir Rosbell. So we have here, actually there are two presenters who are requested us to play their video, but we're not able to connect due to connectivity issues. So we just record, we will just record the comments of Dr. Asilo. So here are their presentations.
I will be presenting our research, which is about establishing the effectiveness of a school-based attribution training program, a sequential explanatory study. This research I have conducted along with Dr. Orancita Vilozada and Dr. Marlioni Bauyot. One of the reasons or the motivations for doing the research was actually to address the issue of adolescent depression. So it has actually become a worldwide concern, and many university students are suffering in silence rather than jeopardize their academic and future goals. So basically, some adolescents are hesitant to seek help, especially when it has to do with feelings of depression or other, even stress or even anxiety. Now, the stressors that are faced by college students and adolescents come from different sources, and that would include financial problems, family problems, relationship problems, academic problems, and similar stressors. Now, it is more important at this time for them to be able to develop, an ability to cope with all these stressors, as well as for them to be able to manage their moods. And these become crucial, especially during college, where they have to face a lot of pressures, both academic and non-academic. Now, the school-based attribution training program was developed by Dr. Lozada to correct maladaptive attributions, to address problem-solving skills, and enhance interpersonal relationship skills. Now, in the interest of accountability, she felt that it was important to conduct this study for us to be able to establish an evidence base for the study. Now, this is actually the second study that explores the school-based attribution program's efficacy on prodromal symptoms of students at a selected higher institution. Now, in terms of the methods, a sequential explanatory research design was used where quantitative data was collected initially, and then it was explained. The results were then explained using qualitative data. So the quantitative component comprised of a non-randomized single group pre-test and post-test research design. A purposive sampling technique was used based on several inclusion criteria. So the first was depression and timidity scores must not exceed 80 and must not be below 60. The second is that the participant attended all 5 sessions of the school-based attribution training program. And the third was a willingness to participate in the study. So evaluation forms were also distributed after each session, and these evaluation forms included purpose and objectives, methods and design, worksheets and PowerPoint presentation, and speakers and facilitators. Now, these major headings had questions that the participants would rate on a scale of 1 to 4. There was also the use of process observer analysis, which were prepared by the research assistants and focused more on the behavior of the participants as well as the group processes involved from the first to the fifth sessions. Now, in the final session, the participants were asked to write their messages to themselves. So the messages to self, or the MTS, were submitted by them at the end of the sessions. And finally, after the sessions, a focus group discussion was conducted with the selected participants after the training program. Now, after the quantitative data was gathered, a Wilcoxon signed ranks test was used to analyze the data before and after the SBATP, or the School-Based Attribution Training Program. The results show that there were significant changes in the trustful dimension, depression dimension, the aggression dimension, as well as the gregarious dimension of the emotions profile index. The significant results show that the school-based attribution training program was effective in helping students become more trustful towards their environment. It helped lower their depressive tendencies. It helped lower their aggressive tendencies. And finally, it also increased their ability to be open to being more sociable with others. So gregariousness becomes particularly more important, especially during college, where they would be needing more support from their friends to help buffer the challenges that they face, and to help buffer the effects of stressors that they are faced with on a day-to-day basis. Now, among the recommendations is that this research has contributed to further establish an evidence base for the school-based attribution program to help the development of mental health issues. However, more studies are needed to help further establish its effectiveness and using the standards set forth by the American Psychological Association, especially on establishing the evidence base for interventions. And then second, over the longer term, this program would benefit more students if this is used by guidance centers to help correct the students' maladaptive attributions, address their, enhance their problem-solving skills and their interpersonal skills. So as a result, the school-based attribution program still has quite some way to go in terms of the evidence base, but the more research is done on this topic, the faster it will be for us to be able to come up with an intervention or an evidence-based intervention that will help students develop their problem-solving skills and have better friendships, better quality of friendships, as well as manage their maladaptive attributions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
For my for my comments, it's quite confusing with regards to the aim and focus of the research. If they are planning to do attribution program founded on
Hello, sir.
interpersonal, it will give the reader a clear yes, I sorry.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
It will give the reader a clearer picture on what the study is all about. Kasi doon ako medyo nalito na establishing the effectiveness of a school-based attribution program on what, for what. So yung mga ganong questions and concerns kailangan address na agad ng title. So for them, eto ang aking share. Be yourself to enjoy others' company. And ang kanyang song is Can't Take That Away. And my hugot line is may maswerteng tao na nahanap na yung tao para sa kanila. May mga taong patuloy na naghahanap at may iba na sumuko na. Pero yung pinakamasaklap ay yung nasa iyo na pinakawalan mo pa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So lastly, we have Sir Christian Ricafrente.
Good day, everyone. I am Christian J. Ricafrente, multi-grade teacher of San Luis Uno Elementary School, Guineanga North District, Division of Quezon. I am here to present to you my research entitled The Level of Parents' Participation in the Programs, Projects, and Activities of Multi-Grade Schools in the Division of Quezon, Basis for a Proposed Sustainability Plan. Parents are the most influential person in the life of the child. They are the first to mold the mind of their children and inspire them to do things. This study focused on the parents' involvement in the school projects, programs, and activities, and the effect on multi-grade school performance. The study has implication for practice and provides empirical support for creating school structure that would foster parents' continued interest and engagement in the school projects, programs, and activities. As mandated on the Batas Pambansa 232, an act providing for the establishment, maintenance of an integrated system of education, Section 14, Duties of Parents. They shall have the following duties and obligations. First, parents, individual or collectively through the school system. We shall help carry out the educational objectives in accordance with the national goals. And last, parents shall cooperate in the implementation of the school program, curriculum, and co-curricular. This study aimed to determine the level of parents' participation in support to multi-grade school programs, projects, and activities. Specifically, it sought to answer the following question. First, what is the level of parents' participation in the following programs, projects, and activities? PTA-related programs, project, and activities, school improvement program, project, and activities, and school-mandated program and activities. Next, number 2 is, how do the following factors affect the level of parents' participation in the multi-grade school program, project, and activities? First is communication gap between parents and teachers, time constraint, socioeconomic status, health issues, and diverse school experience among parents. Number 3, is there any significant difference in the level of parents' participation in the different program, project, and activities of multi-grade schools? And the last is, what is the level of acceptability of the proposed sustainability plan? This research study followed the 3-piece format in presenting the conceptual paradigm. It includes the presage stage, which reflected the foreshadow of the level of parents' participation in the multi-grade schools programs, project, and activities. This also includes the legal basis as to which this study is built and founded. Next is the process stage, which is for grade, the appropriate steps and process to be done in order to answer the research questions. And last is the product, which describes that the author's desired results and outcomes of this study as to the high level of parents' involvement in all the programs, projects, and activities of multi-grade schools in the research locale. This study applied the procedure of both qualitative and quantitative design, or the mixed method, by IIRC2020 to describe the level of parents' participation of multi-grade schools in programs, projects, and activities in the division of Quezon in the school year 2019-2020. The respondents of this study were selected randomly among the multi-grade schools in the 4th Congressional District of Quezon. Two forms of instruments were used in this study. First was the instrument in the form of questionnaire type checklist, which is a self-made questionnaire for the assessment of the parents' participation rate in the school programs, project, and activities, which has undergone validation process. The questionnaire consists of two parts. First is the participation rate of parents in the school programs, project, and activities. And the part two is the factors affecting the parents' participation. On the other hand, the researchers also conduct an interview and a focus group discussion. The data were gathered through the dissemination of survey questionnaires to the multi-grade schools' parents. To treat the data gathered, the researchers used the percentage for the participation rate, the weighted mean, and the one-way ANOVA. All were carefully read, interpreted, and examined for data analysis. After the gathering data and treat with the different statistical treatment, the researchers come up with these results. When it comes to parents' attendance in the PTA-related programs, project, and activities, General PTA Conference got 275 frequency, or 92.9%, interpreted as very high, and quarterly conference 182 and 61.5% got high. PTA induction or oath-taking ceremony 233 or 78.7%, interpreted as high. PTA Christmas party 230 or 77.7%, interpreted as high. And gift giving, who got the lowest frequency, which is 176 or 59.5%, interpreted as moderately high, with the average of 74.6, interpreted as high. Next is the parents' attendance in the school improvement programs, project, and activities. First is the Brigada Escuela, who got the highest frequency, which is 275 or 92.9%, interpreted as very high, followed by child-friendly school system with a frequency of 161 or 54.4%, interpreted as moderately high. And the next is Project Watch, or the We Advocate Time Consciousness and Honesty, and the Adapt a School program, interpreted as low. Parents' attendance in the school mandated programs, project, and activities. Nutrition Month celebration, who got the highest frequency, which is 248 or 83.8%, with the verbal interpretation of very high. Feeding program with a frequency of 203 or 68.6%, interpreted as high. Buwing ng Wika Celebration, 224 or 75.7%, also high. National Simultaneous Earthquake Drill, 161 or 54.4%, moderately high. United Nations Celebration, 215 or 72.6%, interpreted as high. Festival of Talents, 161 or 54.4%, moderately high. World Teachers Day, 170 or 57.4%, also moderately high. Scouting Week Celebration, 176 or 59.5%, moderately high. And Christmas Party, 227 or 76.7, interpreted as moderately high. Annual Sining, 152 or 51.4, moderately high. Graduation Ceremony, 230 or 77.7%, interpreted as high, with the average of 66.56, with the verbal interpretation as high. The parents agreed in all the factors affecting their participation rate in the school programs, project, and activities.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Christian. Sir Julmar?
Okay, so I would just like to know what is the sustainability plan of the school primarily is. And another one, he mentioned division of Quezon again, but it only concentrated in one specific district, and that is the 4th district or the Bundok Peninsula, if I'm not mistaken. So it should have been mentioned in the title itself. Okay, then literature should be updated, and what else? Rephrase, reword, and redo some paragraphs, and check the presentation of the results of his survey or the statistical method that he used here. Okay, so lastly, here is for Mr. Ricafrente. Make the most in life to transform challenges infused in opportunities. And your song is Hero. Minsan, may mga bagay na kailangan tanggapin na lang para maging okay ulit ang lahat. So, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat na dumalo ngayong gabi, ngayong buong hapon.
Okay, so that ends our presentation or our presentations for the International Integrated Research Conference. Thank you very much for bearing with us. Sir Julmar, thank you. Thank you so much for your inputs. And to our researchers as well, thank you very much for being with us the entire duration of this presentation. We started at 1 p.m. Now it's already 6:28 in the evening. So good evening to everyone, and see you tomorrow for the last day of the conference. We will be also announcing the winners at 10 a.m. So see you all, and thank you very much. Mabuhay.
Mabuhay. Si Jen.
Po.